is why we're building the Hammer and Anvil Society, the ultimate discipleship community for Christian men. With weekly cohort calls, a full library of resources and courses, weekly challenges, and live teaching, you're going to sharpen your mind and your character.
See? You and this car were made for each other. Why fight it? Sure, I got a couple other buyers on the line, but I like your style. So, what do you say? Should we start up the paperwork?
Let me think about it. Hold it for me for a day, okay?
Hey, because it's you.
Hello, everyone that has joined. Sorry for the late start. I was waiting for this guy to show up. He was a few minutes late, and I got distracted by a couple other things. But he's on a different time, on a way different time schedule than I am.
No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. So, for some reason, so you just talked to your brother. You said, for some reason, he has a fascination with a pedophile van. So I was working on that.
With what?
Pedophile van. You know the van where kids get lured into?
I was thought it was just an ice cream truck.
Well, I mean, most of those guys didn't have the money to buy an ice cream truck, so they just had an old beat-up van.
Gotcha.
A sign "free candy" on the side or something like that.
Yeah. So what did you think of the title to this? I came up with it at the spur of the moment.
I like the title, but I do want to apologize to the people who turned up their volume for the intro. And then the original intro started and basically
blows your
brains out.
Yeah, those videos that I captured did not record at the same level as that intro that you made. So yeah, apologies for that. I did that one time. I went back and what was it? Oh no, I was doing a live stream and I was instead of using this Corsair headset, I was using these earbuds that I got. They're Soundcore earbuds, and I was experimenting with them, and everything was working right. Everything was working the way it was supposed to, and I played the fucking intro. Those little earbuds do not like your intro at all. They're like, like It's like a seizure was going off in my ears. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, okay. I hope that sounded and then as soon as I went live, I was like, well, I hope that sounded okay for everybody else, because it did not sound okay to me.
Yeah, it's a little loud.
Yeah. So
but by the way, we've got your brother in the side chat. So Jeff, your pedo van is coming along nicely.
I still don't understand.
Well, you will get it once an orchestra bathed in electric light will bring back blue skies again, but differently.
Okay.
So subscribe to Jefferson Spatchcock and you'll find out in time.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. So so what we're going to do here, folks, is Peter had the he had the pleasure of was that your first conversation with Joel?
Yeah.
Oh,
I've been waiting for him to go live and then see if I can get in.
Yeah, you did. You did. Went over like a
fragile guy. Although I must say I did not know that the name of his ministry was the Hammer and Anvil Ministry.
Yes,
I mean,
that's the other thing he's telling you. Yes.
for a guy who's dumb as a bag of hammers, it's kind of fitting.
Um, well, you know, I think he said something like, well, it's about steel's like the Bible says about metal sharpening metal or steel sharpening steel. And I'm like, yeah, but normally
Yeah,
hammer and anvils are used for forging, not sharpening.
yeah,
But but maybe he would just be like, well, it's also to forge, you know, it's also to forge men to be strong, authoritarian, and but loving leaders in their family and in the church and all that. Nobody needs to be a simp. So except to God, everybody needs to be a simp to God.
yeah.
Um, so I've got this pulled up. Let me present or pull this up. I still think it's funny that like you and like especially Mark Reed. Mark Reed still he still goes in there, he still talks to him, and I'm like, man, this is like Sisyphus, dude. It's like you're just rolling that rock up that hill just to have it roll back down on you. I mean, everything, anytime you guys are kind of like getting into these conversations with someone like Joel and the people that are basically sold on that whole precept thing, this is just my opinion. You guys are just like reaffirming their position. Like, oh, he can't justify things the way I want him to. Joel's worldview must be right. Ha 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 ha. It's really kind of
Well, I mean, it depends. I at least got him to confess that he had to read the Bible first to get to his presupposition. So
well,
his presupposition was more kind of a post supposition because
no, actually, we'll get to that. But if you watch some of his other, maybe he misspoke, but we'll get to that. He actually talked to a guy after this video and was telling the guy that he knew God when he was a baby. So the way that this works in presuppositional apologetics is everything that's collated in they presuppose the Christian worldview to be true. And that to them, especially for someone like Joel, is basically found right there in the Bible. But everything that the Bible is that they accept as that they presuppose as being true has been true long before the Bible was ever compiled. So all the Bible is doing is basically a compilation of everything that everybody knows to be true, now basically now in a book for everyone to read. But
he
but in Joel's position, you start out with basically an intuitive knowledge of a particular God's existence. And then because that's the only way that that's the only way you can you can ground your senses in reason, is because God is the thing that is instantiating and sustaining your logic and your reason. The Bible is there to affirm what it is that you're already doing ontologically. But they
yeah.
sometimes fuck it up. They fuck it
You
up
got
and they confuse the ontology and the epistemology part. The problem is that when you guys are having these conversations and he asks you about what your worldview is, which I don't think he ever really asks you yours, but he has done it in the past, the best response to give is you know what it is. You say it's mine. You say it's the Christian worldview. That's a rhetorical trap, because what he wants to expose is he wants to expose the pseudo worldview that you're using to justify your rebellion in the fact that you know what the true worldview already is.
and you blame me for going on there when you're so submerged in their thoughts that you can actually replicate
No, I'm not blaming you for doing it. If you want to do it, go ahead and do it. I just think it's funny that it's basically a psychological game, and when you guys go in there, you're basically fodder for them. You're basically just fodder feeding it's like shit feeding a fire for them. Oh, and then it just turns. I mean, if you really get it boiled down, if you boil it down, eventually it just comes to him asserting, you know this. I know that you know this, and there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go with that. He can't demonstrate that he knows. He just basically says, well, God is my metaphysical grounding. And then you can go, well, guess what? I can make 1,000 other gods my metaphysical grounding. Do you want to know what the metaphysical grounding for lightning is? What? Zeus.
Well, he
And it's not
can't
like
claim God. He can't claim God is his metaphysical grounding because, in order to get there, first he needs to demonstrate that his God exists. Otherwise, it's not the
it's
metaphysical
it's
grounding of
it's
anything.
it's presupposed. It's presupposed because there's no way you can have. It's all circular. You can't have senses and reason without God. God exists in order for you to have senses and reason. It's all circularity, and they call it virtuous circularity. Van Til talks about
Yes.
it. Yeah, it's all begging the question and circular. And then when you say, well, that's circular, then he'll just say, well, what's wrong with circular reasoning? Don't you just presuppose your own senses and reasoning? And then what you say to that is, well, yeah, because that's all I have to go on. What is it grounded in? Well, Descartes answered that. It's kind of grounded in yourself. I think, therefore I am. Right? That was Descartes basically looking at like using extreme skepticism to kind of get to like almost the most fundamental grounding of like, how do I even know that I am? Well, I'm thinking. If I'm thinking, then I am. Right? But Joel's position and what preceptors I think need to realize is theirs is kind of a I think, therefore God. So I start with sense perception, which is which can only be by God. And then once I'm thinking, that is I'm thinking, therefore there's God. In order for my cognitive status or my cognitive status to be valid and to be whatever it is, there has to be this God that instantiated it and sustains it. I think if I got that right. Jeff can correct me. He's better at precept than I am. I've been looking into this shit, but there's still some stuff about it that's like, what the fuck? What is wrong? But without, we'll just get going, and then I'll throw. There is one part that I am going to focus on, which it comes up here. I think to me, it's probably one of the most key things that he didn't focus on, but it's it pops up here and we'll go over it.
Okay.
Anything you want to say before we start?
No.
Okay.
I will see if I can join Joel another time.
Oh, for God's sake,
Because-
don't put yourself through it. But look, I'm not one to talk. Look at all the times I invested in talking with Jill. So I'm not even gonna. I can't cast stones.
No.
I can't say
No.
no, don't do it. Are you kidding me? All those videos, all that bullshit, all that time that you invested in talking with Praise and in talking with Jill, and you're telling me right now, don't go talk to Joel. Don't talk to that guy. Yes, you're a young man. Don't do it. I'm not a young man, and don't tell me what to fucking do.
See, that's a nice save because you
Yep.
know I would have gone there.
I know you would have.
All right, we've got God's Integrity Pathways is back, but sorry, man, I got to let you go. We've got one. We'll do one more live, and then I'll try to answer at least one or two more questions. All right, we're gonna have to try to make this a quick one. Okay, Peter, welcome to the show. And what's your question?
My question, basically, I'm an atheist, so
Oh,
why
okay.
should I believe in a God?
Well, why are you an atheist?
I grew up in a country that is currently 80% plus atheists. So
That was my first
no one
mistake.
introduced any gods to me.
What'd you say?
So I said that was my first mistake. I should have started with, well, there's no evidence for any god, and then
No,
say that I grew.
Actually, no, this was better, but I think you missed an opportunity here.
While I was growing up. So
Okay. So
what I want to key in on there is now Joel has it already in his mind that atheism is a worldview. And under precept, they have to basically call atheism and agnosticism worldviews because obviously these are just basically pseudo worldviews that are used as a way of just trying to justify a person's rebellion against the one true worldview that they already hold to because they have to have that worldview in order to even make claims about reality. And so now we have to counter that pseudo worldview And the way that we do that is, and we basically shift the burden onto the atheist or onto the non-believer. We somehow find a way to change agnosticism and reduce agnosticism to atheism and whatever. And then once they basically can't really justify things in a way that we think that they should be justified or grounded, then we say, well, see, Christianity does that, so therefore Christianity must be true. It's really kind of a dichotomous thing. And here's the problem with it. Just because you could have the most fucked up worldview with holding on to some of the most contradictory things, logically contradictory things in your head, and that would not validate, and their worldview can consist of all basically all logically valid things. That does not make it true. Logical validity does not necessarily mean veracity. And that's a problem that a lot of presuppositionalists and theists have. I can make a valid syllogism for why there's a rainbow-colored unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard. That's logically valid. Just like the tag argument is logically valid in its form, but it begins with begging the question fallacy, which is an informal fallacy. So it's valid in form, but not necessarily, but it has an informal fallacy that's attached to its formal validity. That's the problem with these guys. In order for your valid syllogism to work, the premises that you're utilizing must comport to real things. So if I say if there is a gold-plated or a rainbow-colored unicorn that shits gold bricks or whatever, and go from there, that premise is basically a proposition on there being a rainbow-colored unicorn. If there's no examples, if I cannot demonstrate the veracity of a rainbow-colored unicorn, that premise basically kind of is a false one. Easy. But the thing here, what's interesting about this is that Peter, you said, I was not introduced to gods. Joel thinks that as an atheist, you were taught atheism. You accepted the worldview, but your position that you just gave to him was one of true lacktheism. You had no concepts to assess. Atheism, in order for atheism to be what it is has to understand at least the concept of God or gods, because atheism is predicated on the concept of God or gods, whatever they might be. Your position was, I was never introduced to gods. That's not atheism. We could argue that it is atheism, but it's actually more like pure lacktheism. I don't have any knowledge of these concepts whatsoever. I was never introduced to them. So now Joel has to deal with that. How do you deal with the epistemic state of someone who was never introduced to gods?
Hold on. If you're calling it lacktheism, that's only the way you get there. It is still atheism. Atheism is just one thing. Do you believe in a god or gods? If the answer is no, then you're an atheist.
Yeah, if you're not.
How you got there isn't part of what you are.
No, and you don't. But what you were saying to him was, when you were a kid, you were never even introduced to those concepts. You never even made an assessment on those concepts yet. You didn't know of them at all. That's why I'm saying, in my opinion, that's pure lacktheism. There was nothing there to believe at all for you because you didn't know. Nobody introduced you to the concepts. There's no objects, right? So you didn't run into a god and say, oh, I don't know what this is, and says, oh, by the way, that thing that you ran into that one day, that's what we call a god. Oh, okay. You didn't even have the object. Nobody introduced you to the concept. And so you had nothing to assess. So your position right there was actually one that you could have really focused on with Joel, and Joel would have had to been forced to tell you he knows that you knew what a god was when you popped out of your mom's womb. And that's a heavy.
Well, I wanted him to explain how he knew, because apparently his mom's womb had Wi-Fi that connected him to God.
Well, Well, he told another guy in a conversation afterward that, oh, there's plenty of evidence that shows that there's been studies about people with, that just know God or just believe in gods. And I said, yeah, there's been studies about people kind of making these kind of intuitive leaps into like and kind of like other entities that are unseen being necessary for whatever it is that can't be explained. But that's not saying that a person is boiling it down to one particular god, or that is somehow indicative of the truth of one particular entity, right? And that's the other thing that Joel also doesn't seem to want to admit, is that Judaism, which Christianity is founded on, is, or basically an offshoot of, is what is that term? Hellenotheism. They held that many gods existed, but only one God was worth worshiping, and that was Yahweh. So it wasn't a monotheistic religion. So that's problematic too.
It is.
Essentially, are you an atheist simply because you've just never looked into Christianity?
Oh, I looked into it. I
See
do.
that right there, what you see right there, you said, oh, I looked into it. Now you're saying,
Yeah.
now you've already put yourself in the position that you've looked into it, you've assessed it. But if you'd have gone, hey, no, I did later in life, but what I've just told you is I was a non-believer because it wasn't even really that you were a non-believer. I didn't know. I wasn't introduced.
Yeah.
So good luck trying to figure out whether or not whether or not I was an atheist or not, right? Do you want to make the statement that that a person is an atheist if they're completely ignorant of the concept of God or gods? Because in his mind, there is no such thing. He thinks everybody knows, and everybody knows what specific God it is. That's his position.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way that he can try to get to the veracity of that truth is by basically trying to rule out or show that, oh, well, I have this worldview. Oh, but you see how you're logically incoherent here. You see how you're logically inconsistent here. You see how this is just a logical contradiction right here. Doesn't matter. It doesn't make his worldview, even if his worldview is just, like I said, 100% full of logical validity, it does not make it true.
Do a weekly Bible show.
You do.
Yes.
Okay, and you do this from an atheistic perspective.
Well, so basically, I produce the show, so
Okay.
I don't take a whole lot of part in it. My job is to make the show look good. I do listen to it, and I keep an eye on the chat. It's
Okay.
I don't know if you've heard of the channel. It's called Aaron Raw.
Shameless plug.
Oh yeah, I've heard of Aaron Ra. I haven't heard much from him in a long time, but back probably 10, 15 years ago, I remember he was very active. He might still be very active, but I haven't seen much from him.
10, 15
So,
years ago.
Okay,
he
so
was very
Peter,
active.
the long and short of it is,
What'd you say?
I said 10, 15 years ago, he was very active. I haven't switched on the internet since to see. And he's lying his ass off. He knows about Arn, and I'm pretty sure he's checked him out.
Yeah, well, what can you do? I mean, you could get into that conversation, but that's going to probably be a non-starter.
Yeah.
the reason why you should be a Christian is because Christianity is true. So you should repent of your sins and trust in the Lord Jesus Christ.
Okay. So, well, you should be an atheist.
Okay. Really? I should just now. Is that all that's fundamental to the world? Is that all the worldview is? I'm just
finish
curious.
my response first.
Yep.
Because atheism is true, and therefore you don't need to worship a god.
Okay. So
Wasn't that easy?
What's that?
I mean, I said,
Well,
wasn't that easy?
It was easy to say, of course, but you called into a Christian Q&A show and asked why you should believe in God.
Yes, but you claiming that Christianity is true doesn't get me anywhere.
Well,
I mean,
sure.
I talk to Muslims that say Islam is true. I talk to different Christians than yourself because I have a channel where I talk to theists.
Yeah.
Just trying to figure out what they believe and even more important, why they believe, because what they believe, I mean, you can find that out quite easily. The
Yeah.
reasons why, though, and
I think Joel is doing what I like to call active listening, but he's not really understanding.
yeah, that's
I think,
very
just pointing that out. But I do wanna, I do wanna put this up here. Um, Jay must not be as handsome as Jefferson. That's all I can figure out. Yeah, I do not like showing my face on camera. And the other reason why it's not really a problem with me showing my face on camera, because I have done it in the past. The other reason why is because while I'm sitting here on my laptop, I am sitting in a rocking chair and I am rocking. And I get really interesting comments in the live chat when people go, "Could you please stop rocking? You're making me sick." Because all they see is me going back, up and down, up and down, up and down.
yeah. There are also people who will say, "Can you please turn off your camera? You're making me sick." But those are other people.
Yep, that's true too. Yep, I have had that happen.
I've learned.
And it's really the nicest of people. It's always Christians that I've had arguments with. You ugly fucker.
Yeah,
That's like,
yeah.
thank you for showing me your loving grace in Jesus Christ.
Doing this, that not a whole lot of Christians exactly know why they believe. It's basically they grew up in a Christian household, were told that God exists, so God exists. So
That sounds like
it.
what you just said, only about your atheism. Is that fair?
No, well, I was literally repeating what you said to me.
See, that's where Joel fucked up. That's another place where Joel fucked up. Well, you're just saying you defaulted to atheism. He's thinking that you were just taught atheism culturally.
Mhm.
That's not what you said. You said
No, I was just repeating him. I was trying to show him how stupid it is to tell someone Christianity is true, so therefore you should be a Christian. Well, atheism is true, so therefore you should be an atheist. So now what? Should believe in Christianity because it's true.
When I asked you earlier, I said, "Why are you an atheist?" You said, "I grew up in an atheist country." Did you not say that?
Yes.
No, that's not what you said. You said that you grew up in an atheist country and that you were never introduced to gods.
Exactly.
That's where he fucked up, because he doesn't either he just missed it or he doesn't want to explore that little epistemic issue right there. You not being introduced to the concepts changes the game. And I think that was something that you could have dove in on, but it kind of got brushed over. And when I heard that, I went, "Whoa, wait a minute." And he just kept on going with it, because I saw his little brain clicking. Atheism is a worldview that is used as it's not really a worldview. It's a quote unquote worldview, a pseudo worldview. Like I said before, it's a way for the unrighteous to try to justify their rebellion against the one true worldview that they know that they presuppose to be true, but they're denying it. They're rejecting it or denying it in their unrighteousness, right? And then it all boils back to what Paul said in Romans 1:18 through 20 and all that happy shit.
Yes, and
right. So that's kind of the same. That's kind of the same argument in reverse. It's not an argument. It's just sort of a condition.
Because if no one tells you about a God, you're not going to figure out that there is one.
Well, actually, that's actually not true. All people know that God, all people know God, but suppress the truth and unrighteousness.
See, there it is. But when do they? So now the question is, okay, that's a neat claim. All people know God, but they suppress the truth and unrighteousness. Neat. When do they first start to know? And if he says, when you're a baby, have fun. You know what babies know when they're born? Well, I knew when I was born. Are you sure? I mean, some people will even tell you that worldviews aren't even really well formed until you're at least an early adult. So I'm not exactly sure how a worldview, or coming out of your mom with this knowledge of a God and then saying, "Yep, now once then somehow or another the presupposition of presupposing the Christian worldview as being true might fall somewhere in there at some stage of development." Like Darth Dawkins said to a Christian that basically, because a non-believer, an atheist, non-believer, agnostic, I can't remember how the guy identified himself, basically told Darth Dawkins that, asked him, like, at what stage does this happen? Like, what point does this happen in a person's life? Because we are temporal beings. And Darth just said, oh, well, basically what happens is once you hit a stage, and I'm kind of paraphrasing what Darth told the guy, but I think it's accurate. Once you hit a stage of mental development, you just start to observe the world, reality, and just automatically come to the inference. You just automatically make the inference. What I see, there must be a God. What I'm experiencing, there must be a God. How do I ground my senses and reasoning? There must be a God for that. And it must be the Christian God. But Joel's position isn't even Darth's position. Darth says that there's a temporal state in which that cognition kicks in. Joel said in a video after this, he told the guy, I knew God when I was born.
I don't think he said that when I talked to him.
No, I don't think he did. But he told another guy, he was having a conversation.
I would have jumped on that.
Yeah, I don't think he ever even brings it up. So there's always in this conversation, when you're having a conversation with preceptors, as to asking them how this works. How does this work? And let them go through their thing. And a lot of times from what I see is they don't even always have it down very well. Because they will eventually kind of backpedal into an evolutionist or an evidentialist position. And that can be problematic for them, especially if they're kind of using like a Van Tillian, they're going to like classical Van Til, or if they're using Bonson. I think there's a guy, his last name is Frame. Yeah, his name is Frame. I haven't read anything from Frame, but from what I did get from some of the reading that I did, Frame found a way to kind of reconcile presuppositional apologetics with evidentialism. But I think with Bonson and Van Til, no, evidentialism is it's not necessary, because the presupposition is all that is needed.
Yeah,
Well, here, real quick.
What's that?
Oh,
never
no,
mind.
I didn't say anything.
This is going to get confusing because you sound exactly, there's no difference in the way that you sound to me when we're talking as to how you sound on the video. So it gets really weird.
I tend to sound like myself all the time. I put a lot of effort into sounding like myself.
Yeah. Nitty says, this guy cracks me up, the F up. I roasted him a bit. Bible equals epistemological foundation equals slavery in the U.S. was fine equals only pray when people are sick, no medical care. My foundation says so. When you declare the Bible that de facto for your epistemology, you have to get a way to know your interpretation is 100% correct, or you're no better than the skeptic. So when a precept Christian hits you with that, you just hold up a Bible, declare the interpretation, say, that's my foundation. And how do you know that truth without presupposing my interp is true? Oh, you can't tell? You're a skeptic? You have a different presupposition? Hypocrite. Yeah, well, yeah, the whole idea of them asking the worldview is in my opinion, disingenuous, but it's a rhetorical trick. It's a way of basically seeing, well, let me see how established this person, how invested this person is in their worldview. But I know the truth. I know that what their worldview really is. But I want to see how they've adopted atheism and how they're going to try to use atheism as a blanket to keep justifying their rebellion against God.
So you came on my show. You asked why you should believe in God.
Yeah. Okay.
God
exists.
exists.
My apologies.
So to answer that question, I don't know why he's going to make an argument here. He should just be telling you already know it.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay, no problem. I understand. People get heated. People
He basically already said earlier, or he at least alluded to it.
It's all right, but if we're gonna have a conversation, we gotta let each other talk. And I fall into the same trap too. So I'll try to respect you. You try to respect me, which is a Christian principle, mutual respect.
Keep that in mind, because he's not going to let me talk.
So you.
Mm-hmm.
I said keep that in mind because he's not going to let me talk.
I mean, he will, but only for a certain. Well, remember, he's already got the answers. So, and this is the end of it. This is the end of his show. So you're not getting at him when he's at his freshest and then when he's at his most patient. He's already worn down. And your tact has a tendency to be a little bit more bullish than some of the other people that he talks to. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that in a bad way. You're more blunt about things, and so that will, especially if he's been doing this
That's
for an
just
hour and a half.
Dutch. It's just
Sure,
Dutch.
yeah, but
Just
look at
go
him.
on the internet and just ask people and look at videos. The Dutch are blunt.
Yeah,
Uh,
but I will
uh,
say this: you have him way beat in the ridiculous facial hair department.
See,
But porn star stash is reg. Well, that one's not. That's exceeding the corners of his mouth. So that's actually not reg in military standards. That is one huge fucking shock absorber.
You said that you're an atheist. I said, why are you an atheist? You said it's because you were raised in an atheist environment, essentially. And
No,
I think
he said he wasn't. He was raised in an atheist environment, but he was never introduced to gods. So
yes.
he just stepped past that again because he's already doing this whole thing. Oh, I know how atheism works. It's I don't want my kids to believe in this shit because I reject it too. So I just slather on the atheists when they're young, get them to believe it de facto, and then guess what? They grow up to be little heathens that actually know what their true worldview is, but now they've just been deluded by their parents and now they're deluding themselves. Yay!
we would both agree that that's not a good reason for being an atheist any more than it's a good reason for anything else.
I'm being a little hyperbolic there, people. I'm sorry. I don't know what it is, but I'm still actually tired this morning.
It might be an understandable reason, but we want to be
Why not?
epistemologically self-aware, self-conscious. So the reason why you should be a Christian
Ooh, do we?
is because Christianity is true, and furthermore, because without the truth of Christianity, you couldn't even ask the question as to whether or not Christianity is true, or whether
There it is. That's the circularity.
Yeah.
That's another circularity right there. It is true
All
because
he does is
it's true.
Yeah, he keeps claiming that it's true, but he doesn't give me any reason why it's true.
And he doesn't have to, because it's a presupposition. It doesn't require a justification. It requires grounding, and the grounding for that justification is God.
Mm-hmm.
And the presupposition and the Christian worldview is the thing when compiled together, and when you look at it through the scriptures, is the thing that reinforces that presupposition of the one true God is actually all kind of coherent.
or not atheism is true. So I already
But the thing is then they go to, well, God to be true, but the problem is they keep insisting that it's presupposed. But the problem is Paul's position was, God to be true from an evidentialist position. Paul's Romans 1:18-20 is that everybody knows God because it's been revealed to them by the things that God has created. And I'm paraphrasing there, but it's about the world that you're in. That's an evidentialist claim. That's an inference. There isn't a presupposition that is really instantiated or that's really asserted in Romans 1:18-20. But it is a way that they kind of like say, well, see, you presuppose because then the Christian world validates that and blah, blah, blah. And it's just basically a circle all the time. And you can never really corner them because they'll just go to the other. If it's not knowledge, it's the presupposition. If they can't ground the presupposition, they go to the evidence. Wait, but I think you failed here on the evidence. Oh, back to the precept.
talked about this on the show, but
Can
are you
explain
familiar?
why?
Yes. We call it the impossibility of the contrary. So the Bible presents a worldview in which we can make sense of logic, morality, and the preconditions of science. Those are
Okay. There's kind of a problem there. Your understanding the coherent sense of your faculties is the Christian worldview. Without God, you don't have it. That is just basically saying this is affirming or confirming what you already have. It's not without the Bible. Basically, if you toss the fucking Bible out, you would still have knowledge of God. You would still have your faculties in reasoning. Those faculties in reasoning are grounded in the existence of God. That is the Christian worldview as the starting point. And so once you start reading the Bible, that's just all confirmation to your presuppositional starting point. Your logic and reasoning automatically happens without that book. You don't have to assess that.
And if you know God from birth, then you don't need that book. Because if God's imprinted on your heart, or whatever the fuck they want to call it, then he also would have had the power to imprint the Bible on your heart, and you wouldn't need a book, and you wouldn't need to be confused.
Well, yeah, the moral, the thing there is like I said, there's no the understanding of the Bible is all that is a compilation of the true things that occurred that affirm that everybody has this one worldview. That's all they're doing with the Bible, essentially. But he's trying to say, well, this Bible is the thing that you actually have to hold on to in order to do logic and reason. That means that there has to be, the problem with that, the way that he's phrasing it, would be your epistemic states are now dependent. Yeah, I'd say maybe dependent on the Bible, you accepting the Bible, and then good logic and reasoning can now follow. I wouldn't do that.
Well, I mean, we could test that. I have made some electronic devices, so he can point me out to the Bible where it talks about Boolean logic, and see if we can get somewhere.
Well,
so I can make a better device.
Well, that's the other thing, because he gets into I think he actually brings up the laws of logic, which you guys get into here in a little bit. But either way, here we go.
3 avenues for investigating religion and worldviews and philosophies that that only make sense if Christianity is true. And if atheism is true, you have no reason to think that logic is real. You have no reason to think that science is actionable or
logic isn't, in my opinion, logic isn't actually real. So if I was asked that question, logic isn't actually real. It's an abstract. I don't.
No. And I'll explain that in the video too.
Yeah, I think you say that it's like a because there was a guy that was talking about that later, or in the other video, that was basically trying to say that if human beings if basically human beings didn't exist, logic would still exist.
Just play it. I'll explain it on the video.
Or a reasonable way of uncovering truth. And you have no reason to think that there are objective, absolute moral obligations. So
that's wrong. That's just wrong.
Well,
and you can be a moral realist and be an atheist too. I don't know why he thinks either way.
Give me a second. Give me a second. It's not false. It's actually
okay, but I would prefer
indisputably
to
true.
Step
and
by
the reason,
step.
real quick. So my argument is that by merely having the conversation and assuming that these things are true, you've already granted tacitly, the truth of the biblical worldview, and therefore you need to repent, because your problem is not evidence. Your problem is suppressing the truth about the God that you know is there.
Yeah. Almost everything you just said is wrong.
No.
So that's
not under precept though. Everything that he said is, for the most part, kind of right on, except for that part where he kind of, I don't know if he meant to say it quite that way, but from my understanding, you don't say, "Oh, I've got the Bible, so now I can now quote unquote."
From his point of view, he might say it right, but everything he said is still wrong.
Sure,
there's no. I mean,
it's a lot of assertions, yes, and whether or not those assertions are like, and all he's basically doing is, and it is definitely wrong, because he's basically saying, you know this too. So there's that gaslighting bullshit that he's throwing in there. We all know it. We're just denying it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
That's why I usually prefer to go one thing at a time. You started out with saying, well, Christianity is true. We haven't established that.
Establish it according to what standard?
According to my standard.
Well, why
If you
should I
want to
care about your
convince
standard?
me, if you want to convince me, you need.
But well, I would have, yeah, I think I probably would have said establishing that it actually comports to reality. Like, are the propositions in the Bible all
Well,
true?
no,
Or is every proposition in the Bible true? Does it all basically com I mean,
that
because
would work too. That would work too. But if he wants to convince me, he has to convince me according to my standards, not to anyone else's standards. Because then he could just say, okay, according to my standards,
well,
Christianity is true, so therefore you need to adopt it. No, you need to go to my standards
no, because
and
you're
then
yeah, because
demonstrate to me that it's
there
true.
is well, because to him there is no subjective state. He can't play that because then that's appealing to the to a subjective state. Everybody has an
And that's
objective
great.
worldview, but they're denying it subjectively. So somehow or another, there's this ontological
If
pre-programmed
they're denying
worldview
it
that
subjectively, then there's a subjective state.
I know, I know. But because you're doing but to him because you're making claims about reality, so there's that whole truth maker truth bearer thing that's going on, right? Propositions are truth bearers. They basically comport to truth makers, things that are within, concrete things in reality, that kind of thing. Then when you're starting to do that, the only way you can do that is with that objective worldview basically pre-coded into you. However, and that's demonstrating the veracity of the Christian worldview, but at the same time, you've deluded yourself in thinking, I don't have that worldview, it's some other worldview. So you have a subjective denial that's basically being used to try and pull the wool over the objective reality, that the objective ontology of your own worldview. Like I said, it's kind of a toss-up between ontology and epistemology all the time. Can the epistemology change the ontology? Most would argue no. People's epistemic states are purely subjective. What's ontologically the case is just what's ontologically the case. Your epistemic framework is just your subjective epistemic framework. It's grounded in certain ontologies, like grounded in your brain, grounded in mental states, grounded in physicality, grounded whatever. But either way, that's kind of the rub. So essentially, they're saying that you are basically using your delusion is predicated on, at least this is my opinion, and people could challenge it. Your deluded status as an atheist, your willful rebellion, is predicated on the Christian worldview that you have that you have to have in order to do that.
Yeah, but we haven't established my willful rebellion yet either.
I know that's the gaslight.
That's just a baseless claim that he made because a book says a thing, and
Yeah.
that's why it's true.
That's why I said there's a bit of gaslighting in this. Yes, to be charitable.
Need a little bit more than saying I'm telling you it's true.
What?
Because
Why would I?
why should I believe that?
Why? So
There's
you've
no-
started from
I
an
have no
arbitrary.
reason.
You've arbitrarily adopted the position that atheism is true.
No.
So it wasn't. You
There
didn't
is-
enter
so-
into it reasonably.
so-
You already told me that.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, is to clarify what you mean by atheism is true, because from your position, atheism is just simply
I'm
you're
getting
not.
to that.
Yeah,
I'm getting to that in the video. As I said, that was kind of tongue in cheek. Atheism isn't true.
That's correct.
That's a nonsensical sentence.
well, I would say atheism is true to what it's describing, if it's describing an epistemic state. If the word is being used to describe the epistemic state of individuals who are simply not convinced of a proposition of God or God's existing, then it's true.
Yes, but I just hate the sentence atheism is true. Atheism isn't true. It's also not false. Atheism is a position on one single question.
Sure, the word.
You claim a God exists, and I don't believe you.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah.
It
I
has
don't have
nothing to do with true or false. I'm not saying that I'm right or you're right. You need to convince me that you are right. Otherwise, I'm not going to believe you. And I don't have to provide any evidence for my position because I just don't believe your claim. Your claim has not met my standards. That's it.
But they will switch it and say that because, like Darth Dawkins will, he will say that because you're holding to the opposite, therefore you are basically in a, what is that? Not explicitly, but implicitly in denial. That's another
he can
presuppositional
say
trick.
that, and he'd be wrong.
Yeah,
He can still think that, and he will still be wrong. And if he wants to stick to that and try to coax me into adopting his position, then he needs to convince me of his position first. So we're back to square one.
Yeah. Well, he needs to convince you that you're deluded. He doesn't have to convince you of his position. Under precept,
Exactly.
he's there to render you basically absurd in the eyes of everyone else and hopefully in yourself. Yes.
He needs to do both. First, he needs to convince me that I'm deluded, and then he needs to convince me of his position. Because if I'm deluded, there could be a plethora of positions that I'm.
I know, but
missing.
that ruins it. Once he shows that you're deluded, it basically lends credence to his worldview, to the Christian worldview.
No, it doesn't.
I know it doesn't.
It doesn't.
We know it doesn't, because that renders it to a dilemma, to basically a dichotomous status. If your worldview doesn't hold up, because it's now I've shown your deluded worldview as being absurd and full of contradictions and everything, then it must necessarily follow that the Christian worldview is true. This is, in my opinion, the same mentality that goes with like creationists and trying to disprove the theory of evolution, because if they disprove the theory of evolution, then then it just automatically logically entails that creationism is true. The problem is that the theory of evolution isn't, if we're talking about just like a nebulous deity, like something that is a disembodied mind that creates all things, right? There's nothing logically contradictory about this creator entity creating things in the way that the theory of evolution is basically talking about, right? Like the theory of evolution is predicated on there being living things in order to change. So this entity creates things in such a way, knowing that basically, like, let's just say like the primordial soup will just eventually give way to all these other things, right? It's like his mixing pot. There's nothing logically contradictory with that particular scientific observation and the idea of a God being necessary for that. But it is logically contradictory to the Christian worldview if they hold that the Genesis account has to be true. That basically human beings didn't descend from some ape; they were formed.
It's not the Christian view, because most Christians accept evolution. So it's more the young Earth creationist view, or even more specific, the Bible literalist view.
Yep. That is more specific. Yeah. I was being more general, but yeah, you're right.
Atheism is not true. I agree with you on that. And any worldview
atheism
that has an atheistic metaphysics is not true.
Atheism is the response to one single thing. Does a God or gods exist?
And how important is that one single thing?
Atheism is merely saying, I don't believe your claim.
Arbitrarily.
No. Definitely.
Well, then according to what standard?
Arbitrarily. Now that's an interesting thing. And I don't remember much of this conversation, but I think you guys get into it next, because
here I made a mistake. I should have said according to your standard. Because you don't believe the Muslims if they tell you Allah is the real God and Muhammad is the only prophet. So you have the exact same standard I have. You tell them, I don't believe you.
Yeah. It's the same. Well, and that's the other thing, because if he holds that, and especially if he holds that monotheism is consistent within Judaism as it goes into the New Testament and the rise of Christianity, which technically is all true ipso facto. Anyway, I'm not even going to get into that fucking rabbit hole. That the claims for like Moloch, Chemosh, any of these other gods, those are all make-believe. Like for most Christians who hold to this idea that when you're reading the Bible from beginning to end, everything that's being talked about here is all monotheism. I
got a question. Nitty's in the chat, and he's making some good points. Is there a possibility that we can shoot Nitty the link so he can join, so he doesn't have to shout in chat, but he can actually contribute to the whole thing?
Yeah,
Because-
if Diddy wants to. I'll just throw one in there. And if he wants to,
I don't always agree with Nitty, but I like to hear what he has to say. I do respect the things that he brings to the table. Hey, Nitty wants to come in.
yeah, shoot me the link. Let me pop into my studio.
Are you? Oh, you put it in there already.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I just put it in there. I'm not gonna pin it. I just threw it in there for him.
Hey, Dave. In order for you to make
Oh, are they here? Nope. not yet.
no, Dave just showed up in chat.
Oh, captive desk. Hey.
Yeah, John Fapiano. That's basically what they. So remember at the start when he said, "I let you talk, and so you need to let me talk." Anyone notice that he's having a real hard time letting me talk?
John Fabio, shut your mouth, Peter. All precepts.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a good place for a break. We'll wait for Nitty to show up here. Let's go out for a freaking little bit of a coffin nail here. I'm cramping up sitting in that damn chair.
Did your brother abandon us again? By the way.
Well, he's working.
Oh, he's working.
Yeah, he's
So
working.
if he's listening, he needs to check out Discord.
Yeah, because I was talking to him earlier, but I think his lunch break was wrapping up when I talked to him.
Yeah, I used to do that working, and then I figured out that it costs you a whole lot of leisure time if you're working. So that's when I stopped.
Ah, there we go. Oh, well, he's like a municipal worker. You know, they don't really expect any real results. Holy shit! Look at that. Damn, that was quick. I'm walking out my front door and our new Instant Pots here. Cool. My brother got us an Instant
What
Pot.
is here?
Instant Pot.
An Instant Pot.
We are pressure cooker, electronic pressure cooker.
Oh, I was thinking of a thing that just poofed into existence.
Nope.
An Instant
Well,
Pot.
well, you know what? I never saw anybody drop this off, so prove me wrong that it didn't pop into existence. Yeah, long story short, and Nitty, I heard you come in. I'll let you in just a minute. I'm outside having a cigarette.
Long story short, also a creationist.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
My brother got us an upgraded Instant Pot. We had an older one. He got us an Instant Pot Pro for Christmas, and
it just
yeah.
arrived. That's
No,
quick.
no. The one that he got us ended up basically burning out.
Ah.
It stopped working. It works, but when you try to turn on the settings for whatever, it'll stay on for like 2 minutes and then it just automatically turns off. It doesn't heat up. It doesn't do anything. So since it's under warranty, to find out, Instant Pot doesn't actually service any of their shit. They just have you send them a video of showing that the unit doesn't actually work properly. And as long as it's still covered under warranty, they just send you a replacement.
So basically, your brother got you the cheapest thing in the market. Nah, I'm just kidding. By the way, I have that with my tools, my power tools. I just bought a new power drill, a cordless power drill, and that was broken right out of the box. And all I need to do is tell the people on the website, hey, it's broken. Oh, let us send you a new one.
Yeah. Well,
that's going to happen.
Well, normally when you have something and you've used it for a while here in the States, it's normally covered under the warranty. Like if you buy something, get something like that, you can sometimes just take it right to the store and exchange it and say, yeah, I pulled this out.
Yeah, but it was the last one. It was the last one, and they weren't available on the website either. So, and I know that the manufacturer will have several on stock and maybe even a newer model. So That's what I do. But yeah, within 5 years, if it breaks, you just get a new one. You don't have to send in the old one. You don't have to provide any evidence that it's broken, which
Yeah,
is
Craftsman.
still mind-boggling to me.
Yeah,
All you have to do is say it's broken.
Yeah, Craftsman actually used to do that. If you said it was busted, you'd send them the old one, and they'd give you they'd have you send back
you
the
don't
old
have
one.
to
They'd
send
pay-
them the old.
Yeah, well, Craftsman would say send us the old one, but they would pay for the shipping, and then they would replace the other one. Then they would replace it. And sometimes they wouldn't even have to do that, but most of the time with Craftsman tools, you could just have it, and then you could go to Sears, and they would just swap it out.
Well, I had it with a jigsaw, and I got a new one, and I got not the newer model, but the model that followed that newer model. And then I thought, hey, I've been doing this as a job, repairing this shit. So I took it apart. Turns out all I have to do is sand one piece of metal a little bit. So I did that with my Dremel. And I sold it for more than I bought it for. So that worked very well.
Earth coming in late. Presuppositions argue that atheists cannot justify the reliability of their senses and reason. Yeah, from an epistemic position, that's what they're saying.
Don't forget Nitty, by the way.
Yes, hi Nitty.
Hi.
You're real low.
Oh, how about this?
Yes.
Better?
No, still low.
Closer?
Still
All right,
still
hang on.
low. Sounds like the mic is like under your seat.
Yeah, or that you're in a box.
Shit, yeah. What the fuck?
But presuppositionalism also basically makes the claim that
Okay,
everyone
what?
presupposes the Christian worldview. They're just in denial.
Getting better. Still not there. Crank it all the way up in StreamYard. See what happens.
Well, now he's okay. There we go.
Check.
That's better.
Fuck. All right, it's
It's
better.
better.
It's better, but
Still
it's still a little low.
What the hell? What's my mic doing today? I'm tricking out the gain here. Hopefully I'm not crackly. Is that better?
No, you're not crackly. It's just very
weird. All right, hold on.
Sound is crisp
Okay.
and clear, just low.
I think I know the difference now.
yeah,
it
your mic
said-
volume's cranked.
Yeah, hang on.
At least on this
There we
end.
go. That should be better, right?
It's better, but
Hotter.
Okay.
It's you're clear.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good.
Yep.
Wow, that's so weird. On my other computer, my mic comes in hot. And here it's code.
Huh.
But at any
The
rate-
is it USB?
Well, yeah, but it's got to be something with maybe the directness of the power or some shit. I don't know.
have you checked your Windows settings? Because
I'm on a Mac,
sometimes
so it doesn't matter.
Windows.
Oh, he's on Mac.
Maybe your settings, because sometimes the settings when you connect it will automatically turn you down. So if you go into your
no,
settings,
it's not
it
that.
might be on 70% or something.
Nope.
Shout out to Pixie Storms. Hi, Pixie.
Yeah, it's something with the mic probably. I might switch it a different day.
Yeah, now you just got a little bit. Now you just got a little bit louder. Because
Oh,
before
good.
you were
Yeah.
before you were clear, but you were just real low. So like we
Right.
could make out what you were saying clearly, but you were real like the microphone
The
was like
gain
on
was
the other.
turned down.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was sitting farther from it, but now I'm like on top of it, so shouldn't happen anymore. But yeah, all this pre-sub stuff. Woo!
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I've
Isn't it
been
great?
I've been going over this for the past couple weeks now, watching his videos and stuff. And I did my last video on this was basically like I wouldn't even bother if I were you, because it just like feeds their self-importance. Because you can't
Yeah.
demonstrate your own you can't demonstrate how you ground reality without God. My view is true, and you know it's
That's-
true because you have it too.
Right.
That's why I was pissed off that he didn't see me the first time I joined one of his live shows, because when the Pope decided to resign, basically,
The only way
he
they
did
can.
a show. Yeah, he did a show on why they're wrong, and he kept telling that the Bible is an infallible book, and I kept saying in the chat, so how come your infallible book leads the Pope to believing something completely different from what you believe? And he didn't see my questions,
Right.
and
Yeah. Well, it goes
even though
back
I
to what I
tagged him
said
in.
in the chat, right? Is that he likes to, hold on. Ugh. He likes to assert that this is the foundation of his beliefs, right?
Yes.
And so if we share a foundation but cannot agree on what is true in that foundation, then that there's something wrong with the foundation.
Well,
Yes.
because the
Simple.
world,
There,
so
done. We're done.
yeah, you have to assess, like, you have to, what I would do is I would ask them, like, please explain to me what the Christian worldview is. If he holds up the Bible, then the problem is then they say, okay, so everything that we get from the Bible would necessarily draw
Be the
everyone
preconditions for
would
reality.
would well, it would show that everyone comes to the same soteriology, everyone has the same eschatology,
That's
and
right.
everyone has the same Christology, but that's not the case in Christianity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
we see this with Christians. You can join a panel with Calvinists, Eastern Orthodox, and Protestants, and if you bring up just the right topic, you'll have all three of them tearing at each other, and you can just sit back there and watch the fire, right? You can watch that train wreck. I've done it. It's
Yeah,
absolutely hilarious.
it is.
So
Yeah. And all of
if
them could be precepts.
exactly, they can all use precept as an apologetic, but the problem is once they start getting into what is necessary for salvation, what's their eschatology, what's their Christology, all of them can be different on that. Like, right, like the Eastern Orthodox. Oh, well, you have to hold the apostolic succession. Roman Catholics agree with apostolic succession, but there's differences between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodox. So there's schisms there. And then you get to Reformed Orthodox, which is Calvinism. Then there's schisms between that and the other two. And then when you get to Proddies, as uh, uh,
A million
Slim
schisms.
Slim Jim, a devout Roman Catholic, calls them, dirty, nasty Proddies, there's even more schisms, because there's not just schisms between those three, there's schisms even between other freaking Protestants, especially
Right.
when it comes to
Same church.
yep, conditional salvation versus OSAS and all that happy shit.
I mean,
Demon.
when your own church tells you, well, you could be Calvinist or Arminian in this one because it's not a salvation issue, even though those are mutually exclusive claims, right? It's like, okay, but that's still like some fundamental schism that got people unalived quite a bit in
Yeah,
Europe, right? Like,
yeah. So now Earth is asking questions, and you agree with the presupposition they make if you are an atheist. If I'm an atheist, if you agree
he's
with that.
saying that if our foundation can also arrive at contradictory truth claims, would we agree that's a problem for our foundation as much as the Christian with a foundation that leads to the same problem?
Oh, yeah. I was wondering if he was saying if I have a problem with just people making presuppositions, and no, I don't. At first
Yeah,
glance, I was like, no, I don't have a problem with presuppositions. They're kind of a thing in epistemology. They're normally, so from my understanding in epistemology, presuppositions are grounded, beliefs are normally justified, and knowledge is usually, which is a subset of belief, is normally seen as being something that can be like demonstrated. So why would we presuppose, like with senses and like our sense perception, can we justify our sense perception? Well, that goes into some like problems with perception, almost like constant circularity. We would need our senses to justify our senses, right? This gets to like Descartes,
yeah,
like I think therefore I am kind of thing. So we start with the starting point of presupposing our own sense perception because we think therefore we are. We really don't have any place to go with that, and that is grounded in that it seems to be inevitable starting point from which we're going on. So no justification needed, but what's the grounding for it? the grounding is in the senses, or in the fact that you're thinking, therefore you are. You're a thinking being, therefore you are. You are sensing, you are perceiving a reality, and that's all you can really, that's really all you can go with, is the presupposition. Now,
Right.
you can also argue that based on people's conversations, and I've pulled this with presuppositionalists, where they say, well, you can't make sense of this. And I said, well, how do you justify your presuppositions? Because they make that mistake thinking that presuppositions must be justified. What I will tell them is, you're already justifying it. And they go, no, I'm not. And I said, yes, you are. They said, well, how so? And I said, because you're presupposing that my senses are working in order to ask me the fucking questions that you're fucking asking me right now.
I
They
love it.
don't like that. Right? So the
No.
presupposition becomes on both sides. They start communicating to you, they're already presupposing your senses are at least working to an extent to where you can understand what it is that they're saying, either by reading it or hearing it.
Yeah.
So do we want to continue with this video?
Sure.
We're almost done.
May I ask if you are an atheist or an agnostic, or what are you? I am a non-believer who holds to the idea that the concepts of gods have been presented, and so in that sense they quote unquote exist abstract concepts. I, however, have not seen those abstract concepts being matched up to anything that's actual within reality. So
I
you can
usually
take
say
that.
something similar, that I live as an atheist and I'm forced to be agnostic to a God who makes things and doesn't interact with us.
Yeah. Now, some people can say, like when I talked to Ozymandias, he said, "Oh, I'm definitely a hard atheist when it comes to Christian God, because he's got a really nifty justification about that whole sin thing and God being all knowing." So he basically says, yeah,
Sure.
it's logically absurd, because, or logically contradictory, because if an all-knowing God is all-knowing, then it doesn't just know things a priori, it also knows everything a posteriori. So it knows what it is to experience a state of unrighteousness or sin. I think I'm getting that somewhat correct. I'm not going to, I don't want to, it's something to do with that. It's basically the idea that God is God, since God is this thing that knows everything, he would know what it is to be sinful. And God can't be sinful because that would make him unrighteous even in his own right.
So I think what you would have to be saying there is not just, yeah, it's this concept of knowledge that includes the actual experience of it.
Yep,
Yeah.
the qualia
Right. Right.
of some kind of, like,
Yeah.
the
And
example that,
Jesus can't have that, even though, like, the Bible says that he was made in the likeness of man and dwelt in the flesh of man, but it also says he oh God, he made him who has no sin to be sin for us, but it still means that he can't have the qualia experience of sinning. So yes,
yeah.
that does make it incoherent.
Hmm. Yeah, and there's oh, there was another place I was going to go with that. Yeah, so Earth, you can, if I don't have a problem with someone calling me an atheist, if they don't have a problem, if they go, "Oh, well, that's just another way of you saying that you're not convinced of the proposition," right? To boil it down, because again, there is the proposition for the abstract concept. However, to validate that abstract concept, I don't have any. So, right, that's the truth bearer. Is there a truth maker that we can now comport to this truth bearer? So anything that you're saying about God or gods, any propositions that you're making, those are going to be truth bearing statements. So they have to basically comport with truth makers. So where is the truth maker? That is the God that matches with the truth bearing statement, especially when it comes to the concept of the God itself. And then once you dive into the concept of the entity itself, that's really when things start to kind of go, we can start looking for inconsistencies, especially if we're talking about the God of classical theism, where it's an omni God with all these omni traits, and you go, "Ooh, okay, that's going to be fun," and you have fun boiling down that.
Since you're addressing Earth, can I get rid of one of my pet peeves?
Sure.
He said, "May I ask if you're an atheist or an agnostic?" You can be both, because one is addressing beliefs and the other is addressing knowledge. So you can be an agnostic atheist and you can be a Gnostic atheist.
Yeah,
So
when push real,
I'm a Gnostic atheist. Other
yeah,
people might be an agnostic. There might be gods that I'm agnostic to because I haven't looked into them.
yeah.
But
So yeah,
I
I've even pushed.
I,
Yeah,
I
I've
think
pushed.
I think that I have found no possibility for there for a god to exist. And unless you can provide me with a possibility, then I might become an agnostic atheist. But until you do, I'm a Gnostic atheist.
Yeah,
For
I've
the
even
exact
pushed.
same reason that I'm Gnostic when it comes to I can't say that. Thinking
Yeah,
there are no pixies, but we have one in chat.
well, I have
Um,
I've sometimes pushed it as far as even saying that I'm kind of like a theological non-cognitivist. So while it is that I've been introduced to some of these God concepts as a thing in reality itself, I don't know what that is. So I can't say that in any kind of way in reality I know what God is. I only know
mhm.
I'm only familiar with the concepts. And so sometimes wrestling with the concept, right? Because that goes down to like even when they talk about atheism in the sense of a proposition. I've had this conversation before where under the philosophy of uh, under philosophy of theology, they tried to basically make it so that atheism was the proposition that God or gods do not exist, right? And so the antithetical to that is under theism, where theism is the proposition that God or gods do exist, right? So it's not, these are not labels for individuals' epistemic states. They are basically saying these are actually propositions, and then assessing whether or not these propositions are true or false, right? But they both can't be true, obviously, because they're antithetical to one another. The question now becomes, when somebody, let's say we entertain that notion and say that this is a proposition, now we have to ask, what is a god or gods?
No, no. Now you have to answer Earth's last question. That
I
I
just
knew that was coming.
I already explained that, Earth. Rewind and go back.
Yes. Well, I can tell that my senses are up to a certain point reliable
Right.
and rational because I can get independent confirmation.
Hmm.
Are all my senses reliable? No.
Yes. And by the way,
I am an amateur close-up magician. I know for a fact that your senses are not reliable because if they were, I could not be a amateur close-up magician
yeah,
because you
your
would
senses
see what I'm doing.
yeah, your senses can only perceive so much. And by the way, Earth, you demonstrated my point because you are presupposing my sense perception by writing to me in this live chat. You are presupposing that I can actually read, that my sense of sight and my understanding of English is working. You just presupposed it. So thank you. Now I
Or
can
or
now
confirm or
you're
confirmed it
confirmed it. Yes.
independently.
Yeah. And so now we can basically, as social animals, that's kind of how we work, because that's really where propositions kind of come into play, right? It's our ability to try to communicate with one another. Like if I'm about ready to step out into fucking traffic and Peter goes, "Hey, watch out for that bus," I don't go, "What do you mean? What's a bus?" You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
We establish that at a very young age. We start teaching concepts. These labels are used to
And if
basically refer to things in reality, so that as we grow, we're able to make like truth-bearing claims about truth makers, about states of affairs, and then go from there.
and if you
And that's
don't know
not
what
always.
happens, if you don't know what happens with the bus, you go to my channel at Gonna Go For It. You scroll all the way down on the videos page where you get to Jesus the Musical and see what happens if you run in front of a bus.
Shameless plug.
Yes. Well, I mean, I really like that video. It's not mine. I don't claim the rights to it, but the people who made it have deleted their entire website, which included the making of and everything. But it's probably the best video about Jesus that I've ever seen. And
I
it
don't know if I've
includes his resurrection in the sequel. which I don't have posted on my channel.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that video, and if I have, I don't remember it.
You have to substantiate your claim,
Says who?
says me.
Who are you? Are you the objective standard of truth?
Who are you? No.
Okay, well then why should anyone
There
care
is
about
no-
what you think?
Well, I would care what Peter thinks if I'm stepping out in traffic and I understand when he says, "Watch out for that bus."
Mhm.
Now, if he says it to me in German, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just some crazy Dutchman or German yelling at me. I don't
Pass auf,
understand what
da
you
kommt ein
mean.
Bus.
Yeah,
Pass
I don't
auf,
know what
da
that
kommt ein
means.
Bus.
Too late.
So, truth is what comports to reality,
Says
according
who?
to me. I just said.
According to you. And who
No, truth is what comports to the mind of God. God is the arbiter. God is the thing that is the arbiter, making truth arbitrary, is the arbiter of what is true and what is not. So
That's great. That's great, but that doesn't work until you can provide me with the evidence that God is actually real and is part of reality.
Peter, we've
And
already.
if
Peter, you're
God
not.
is real, hold
Wake-
on. I'm
wake
not
up,
finished.
Peter.
I'm not
Wake
finished.
up, Peter,
I'm not
wake
finished.
up.
I'm not
You don't
finished.
understand. You already
If
know
God
it.
is
You
not
already know
real,
it.
no, if God is not real, or if God is real, then he's part of reality. So he can't be the basis of reality if he's part of it.
Oh, you're going to go into that that predicate thing,
Yes.
the existence
not?
thing. Yeah, you can do that if you want.
are you?
I mean,
Are you the
with
objective
all this
absolute
babble,
standard?
he still hasn't given me any evidence to whether or not a God is real.
You
All
are the
he
evidence.
does is say he is. Well, great. So
You
show me.
you're by you talking and making truth claims to him, by making truth bearing statements, you can only do that if the Christian God exists. You keep affirming and confirming that the Christian
No.
worldview is objective across everyone else because you are engaging in conversation with him. You are thinking, you are using your senses, you are thinking about what he is, all that shit. So that's what I said. This all becomes basically you being fodder for his fire.
Yes, and if he claims that he knows that God is real, knowledge is demonstrable with measurable accuracy. So,
And one of the
that.
things, yeah, and one of the things that he talked about in the other conversation was when he was talking about, well, God is this metaphysical grounding. Neat. You do realize that I can come up with I can use any god for a metaphysical grounding, right? I can use Thor, right? You go back to the ancients. What was the metaphysical grounding for lightning and thunder? Thor.
I missed the great juju up the mountain. When I started my Twitter account, I always, when interacting with a theist, and say there has to be a god, and so it could be the great juju up the mountain. And I still don't, to this day, I don't know who it was, but someone created a Twitter account, the great juju up the mountain, and started interacting with people as I was interacting with them on Twitter.
Earth, you need to listen. You keep making my case for me. Think about what it is that you're doing right now. You just did it again. You are validating my presupposition of my sense perception.
That's the same comment.
Is it?
It's not a new one.
Oh, I thought it was. See what I mean? I'm fucking tired, guys. Fucking tired. I've been looking at presup and doing all sorts of things. I've been all over. I was reading Aristotle.
You're a bad boy.
Aristotelian logic yesterday and everything, and playing different scenarios using Chat GPT Plus and all sorts of shit. So I got about 5 hours of sleep last night because I got up and just couldn't sleep anymore. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this live stream with Peter. Let me get up and have some fucking granola and have a cigarette. Yay! I'm going to talk about fucking Joel Settecase and how he's the worst car salesman trying to sell someone a car by telling them they already own it.
This is what you get if you're trying to do what I do and just not sleep, Jay. It's not for everyone.
Yeah, well, thanks for pointing that out because I thought that was a brand new fucking... Jesus Christ, I'm going cross-eyed here. Oh, but I mean, I can go through like some arguments, but let's get through this a little bit more. And I've
Yeah.
got some
Yeah.
arguments I wouldn't mind running through you
By
that
the
I,
way, just before you start the video, just notice the still.
I know.
I will
his mouth,
start calling this guy Mr. O face because every single time you pause the video, he's got an O face.
yeah,
Every
porn,
single time.
it's that porn stash, man. That
It's the
really
porn
brings it out.
stash that does it. Yes.
Truth.
No, are you?
No, I'm not. That's why I'm a Christian.
Great. So we can dismiss Christianity being true just because you said so.
Says who?
No, because that was a little bit jumping the gun there, Peter.
You
Yeah.
just said that.
But
You're
no,
not
I
the-
said that's why
you're
I'm a
not-
Christian.
No, you said you weren't the objective, right?
Try to follow me here. Either you
Yeah.
or I am the absolute standard of truth, or there's an absolute standard of truth that is above us, that is transcendent, absolute, immaterial, universal in its scope, authoritative, and knowable to us, meaning self-revelatory. Those are our options. Now, you said that you're not the standard of truth. You know I'm not the standard of truth. That leaves one option. That's God. Now, you want to talk to me about truth and establishing
hold
claims.
That was begging the question.
Well,
Yeah.
and if a God is self-revelatory, then it doesn't necessitate a Bible, right? Like you said, Peter.
No,
Like,
If-
no,
It's
it doesn't.
worse. It's worse. It's worse.
Yeah, right.
If God is self-revelatory, why do you have a YouTube channel?
Well,
yes.
because it's about the rebellion. He's fighting against the rebellion.
Hmm.
That's what this is
No.
about. It's about preventing people from falling into a deluded, rebellious state of going against, because they think they can be the arbiters of what truth is, and that's not the case. God is the ultimate arbiter of what is true. Right. That's when he gets into the laws of non-contradiction and starts talking about, well, there's the law of identity, and then there's the law of non-contradiction, and there's the law of excluded middle. Neat. You do understand that the law of excluded middle does not dictate what is a false proposition and what is a true proposition. It's just about reasoning that when it comes to propositions, either propositions are true or false. You can make false propositions all fucking day long. Why is it that if we are based on an all-knowing God, if our logic and reason and our presuppositions and our whole basically way of knowing things is all based on this ultimate entity, why would any all-knowing entity need to create things that make false propositions? How does it make false propositions? It's all-knowing. The only way, if it made a false proposition, you would have to say that it's lying. Because it knows everything. It knows all propositional truths. It knows all experiential truths. So if it makes a false proposition, it has to be lying. So why did it make a world where when people are making truth-bearing claims, those truth-bearing claims can be wrong? And thus we have this law of excluded middle, where it says, well, when it comes to these propositions, they're either true or they're false. That's not a dictate. That's just that's just being descriptive and a little bit normative to, like, basically when it comes to reasoning. And there's pushback even on when it comes to the law of even on some of these particular laws of logic or laws of thought.
Yeah. And if God is all-knowing, then he knows the evidence that I need to be convinced of his existence. If he's all-powerful, he can provide that evidence. If he's all-loving, then he wants to give me the evidence that I need. So what the hell's keeping him?
I don't have anything on that right now. I was trying to think of the precept answer to that, but I can't remember what it is right now.
Wait a second.
Nope.
You've arbitrarily adopted atheism, and you said, now you've got to convince me. You're acting as if the God of the Bible is true. And I say this very respectfully. Why would I try to convince you of something that you...
No, he's not acting, Joel. That's a mistake. He's not acting as though it's true. He is acting in accordance with what is true. You're saying he's denying it in his unrighteousness. That's a mistake. That's a That's me being pedantic there. That's a wording mistake right there. You are under presuppositionalism, presuppositional apologetics. No one is acting as though God is true. They know it. They're acting in rebellion to what they know to be true.
Are tacitly assuming is true already.
So
You're already stealing from
you're
my world.
already
And an assumption of what is true is not necessarily does not mean that what you assume to be true is actual. Assuming the truth of something doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it actual.
ruling out every single god that has been or is still worshipped.
There is only one true God.
In humanity.
Make an argument for
Well,
one of them.
great. That's a very nice claim that you can't back up. So I can dismiss it.
I
What is
literally just
asserted
backed it up.
without evidence can be dismissed without.
Now, scholarly, there is only a one true God that's worth worshiping. In Judaism, there's multiple gods that exist. And here's the problem. Here's the way I get around this one. So I just want to bring this up for shits and giggles. They like to say that human beings are that when you read the Bible, this is some of them, not all of them, that you're dealing with a world where there is only one God. And when you read the Old Testament, the Jews believed, the Israelites believed in the one true God, the only God to actually exist. This isn't the case. Historically, the Israelites believed multiple gods to exist. However, the only God worth worshiping and following is Yahweh, right? And so when the Israelites, so let's go to a scenario like when the Israelites are getting angry with God, they're getting fed up. And in the narrative where Moses goes up on the mountain and goes to get the 10 Commandments, the people basically start kind of getting impatient and everything. And then they start, they make a calf of gold, and start doing all these things that they probably picked up from other cultures or from being in Egypt and being introduced to other cultures. So there's either two things that are happening here. Either these people were of the belief that basically, well, wait a minute, the God that we believe in multiple gods existing, and this God is the God that wants us to follow it, but now he's not doing what we want him to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to appeal to other God or gods to see if they will do for us what it won't do for us. Then there's the second option.
You're missing the point so badly.
No, this is
close.
This is a tangent. This is just
That
a
close.
tangent.
No. But you mentioned the 10 Commandments. Can you please tell me what the first commandment is?
No, when Moses went up, he didn't get the 10 Commandments. Moses went up and got 613.
I didn't say Moses. I said you mentioned the 10 Commandments in your rant. Can you tell me what the first one is? Yes, you did.
No, I've mentioned Moses going up to the mountain to get the 10 Commandments or to get the law.
Yes. So you mentioned the 10 Commandments. Can you tell me? Can you tell me what the first commandment is?
Oh yeah, you shall have no other God before me.
So it's not the Jews thinking that there are other gods. It's God thinking that there are other gods. And if there are false gods, they're not gods.
They're not
real gods. They are real gods, and you can't put them before Yahweh because then it's going to be annoyed. So even God thinks that there are other gods.
Yes. Yeah, there's other gods out there.
There's no way around this.
Yeah, and and that gets me to that other thing, which was so it's either the case that they knew that they held to the idea that there were other gods that actually existed, because now they're appealing to this other god or gods because their God that they're currently following isn't doing what they want. Or one of the things that I've heard growing up is they fabricated or imagined new god or gods in order to replace the God that wasn't doing what they wanted for them. Tell me something. Why does it make sense if you are a group of people who are having a direct relationship with this entity, right? In the Bible, it states that they followed God through the desert. He was a pillar of smoke by day and a pillar of fire by night. Even in Exodus 7 and Exodus 20, it talks about God supposedly putting clouds over the mountain and people having to wash and everything. And then God spoke to them and gave them the very first like 10 commandments. And then they got scared shitless and said, hey, Moses, we don't want to deal with that thing directly. You keep being the middleman. That's in Exodus 20. So you mean to tell me that these people who had a direct connection or direct involvement with this entity decided to piss it off by just simply imagining other gods and saying, let's see if we can't just arbitrarily imagine false gods or imaginary gods to see if they'll do something for us? It's kind of a question of incredulity there. It's like, how stupid did you think they are? Well, maybe they were that stupid. Who knows? But to me, that seems to be the only way that you can kind of like when you start looking at those narratives, you start going, well, wait a minute. I don't think there's only one true God here in these narratives. There's multiple gods that this God, and you can watch videos from Dan McClellan, you can see other things from other scholars where they say, most of the scholars agree, no, they held to the existence of other gods. But the God that's Yahweh, that was their God. That's the one to follow. That's the one that can't be beat. Which, come to find out, he can be beat if a guy sacrifices his son to Chemosh, then it will repel the Israelites from attacking them.
Now you have a new comment from Earth.
I don't know what a universal or omniscient mind even is, Earth.
Yeah.
You're going to have to show that. In my opinion, when people start talking about mind, to me, mind to me is like walking is for legs. Mind is to brain what walking is to legs. Mind is brains.
No,
It's kind of like an act.
a mind is emergent property of a brain. So if there is a universal omniscient mind, there also is a universal omniscient brain. So
Possibly, yeah.
And if there is a brain, that brain would need a body to live in. It would need a respiratory system. It would need a circulatory system in order to keep running. So,
well, yeah. Like I said, walking
yes.
is a property of legs too. But again, and if you break the legs, the property of walking no longer exists. Just like it, and that's the problem with brains, right? If you break a brain, you can fuck up that whole mind thing.
And
Without
for the
evidence.
people who are wondering what's happening, so I have a tiny parrot on my hand. Yes, say hi to Jay. Hi. Okay.
Beep, beep. What is a universal logical truth? I know what universals are, but I don't know what a universal logical truth is. No. That's two adjectives attached to truth there. I don't know. You tell me. Like, what are truths? What are truths?
Yeah. And what's the difference between a universal logical truth and a normal truth, or a universal truth, or a logical truth?
Because when you're talking to me about truth, when people talk to me about truth, I'm thinking in the propositional sense of how truth-bearing statements comport to truth makers. So to things that are actual. That to me is truth. And the way that I have a tendency to distinguish this in conversations is to say, what is actual? That way people don't get confused, like, oh, what I say is true. And when they say what you say is true, meaning this truth-bearing statement is now conveying is actually conveying veracity of something actual within reality. That's why I use that to distinct. So when you say, do you know what a universal logical truth is? No, I don't. That would mean that just to me seems that there is a universal logical proposition that has some kind of, is a truth-bearing claim on some kind of actual thing.
Says who? Is Hitchens the standard of truth?
No, but he had a great way of establishing epistemology. So
Great according to what standard?
according to the logical standard.
What
Do
is
you
logic?
believe things? Do you believe things for which there is no evidence?
What is the logical standard? Can you explain that?
That's not.
I don't know why he didn't answer that, because I think the question there is yes.
I do. I do.
I think the question would
Because
be,
he can't. He can't, because if he does, then he's affirming my position. So he can't. And if I'm correctly, he won't. Not answering my question.
That's right, because I already asked my question first. What is the logical standard?
The logical standard.
you already gave the logical standard earlier. He didn't like it. That which comports to reality.
Yeah.
He didn't like that because he wants an arbiter for what is the case for everything else in order to make that claim.
You said that Hitchens' epistemology was great according to the logical standard. What is the logical standard?
According to logic.
Well, if A can't be demonstrated to be A, then I can dismiss A. That's essentially what Hitchens was saying. If you make a claim for A,
a logical standard.
yeah, but the logical standard would, I think what he's looking for is for you to say the law of identity. So if there is an A, then A has to be A. A cannot be A and not A. So what Hitchens was doing was saying, if you can't demonstrate A, then I'm justified in saying that it's not A. And then he'll go, well, see, that's the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction. So what are those laws grounded in? The mind of God. I think that's where he was trying to go with you.
What you said, the logical standard. What is the logical standard?
Then in that case,
Because Joel thinks that the logical standard is the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of non-excluded middle. That is not a logical. That is a standard of. That is a model of logic. That is not the standard of logic. That is just a model of logic.
spoke according to logic.
You can have fuzzy logic. You can have paraconsistent logic. You can have all sorts of different kinds of. Yeah.
Jay, hold on. Nitty needs to bounce real soon. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I do want to hear your takes, Nitty. That's.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and jump in, dude. Don't think I have to run my own show or anything.
Well, you're on trains of thoughts, and I hate interrupting. Well, one thing that he says early on, and I think it was this show actually, he says that because there are three laws of logic, it supports the Trinity, and because the Trinity is three, it grounds three laws of logic, right?
I think he said that. I think he said that in other in other videos, but I don't know if he said it in this one. He might have said it not with Peter, but maybe he said it earlier in somebody else he was talking to on the stream.
And I would like a precept who says that to demonstrate the necessity that there has to be a triune being for three laws of logic, without you just saying this has the same number and that has the same number, therefore grounding.
Yeah, I think he's actually said that. I think he's actually in, and maybe I'm wrong here, but I think I think he's implied that he kind of holds to this idea that the laws of logic are basically like written code that govern the way things work.
Sure.
So the law of identity is the law that says that states that something is something. The law of non-contradiction is the written code for why something can't be what it is and not be what it is or whatever in the same sense and in the same, at the same time and same sense, whatever. And then when it comes to propositions, this code is written so that when it comes to things making propositions must either be true or false. The only problem with propositions is when you get into paradoxes like a liar's paradox or Hume's teapot. it becomes a little bit more interesting, which there are intuitivists. I think it's called people who hold to like intuitive logic. There's dialtheism, where they hold to contradictions. That becomes problematic when you're talking about these three quote unquote thoughts of or laws of thought.
Right.
Um,
And the law of identity, A equals A, is only symbolic. Like we can't, so in a completely reductionist, full, robust, we must have every exhaustive property of this thing equal to that thing for them
mhm.
to be the same. You cannot make that happen in a real world. I'm sorry, because we have quantum particles, right? Like
Well, yeah,
the nature
and
of our existence cannot demonstrate an ineffable law of identity. We just cannot. So what it
yeah,
really is a semantic agreement between everyone that this collection, this thing that we're both looking at,
yeah,
it is linguistically, synthetically linked to this other thing, and we'll say they're equal, right? But it's this fuzzy, loose collection thing, and if we didn't have that, we would all just walk around going blah, 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 blah,
yeah.
blah. Like we,
Yeah. The example I use is
and
dog.
ancient philosophers knew this.
Yeah,
Like
Aristotle.
thousands of years ago, they're like, oh yeah, two things aren't actually ever completely equal. We just say they are, right? It's like,
Yeah, yeah. Aristotle actually kind of, from what I was reading on Aristotelian logic, Aristotle kind of held to basically that these laws of thought was basically like it was a way of reasoning based on our perception of reality. So it was based on metaphysics, right? It was based on
right,
we're essentially coming up with concepts like when we have the animal that we identify as dog. Dog is dog. A dog cannot be dog and not dog at the same time in the same sense, right? So you're right. It's based on the logic is comporting to reality based on our sense perception. And then we're coming up with this kind of idea of using logic for kind of structuring a normative way of reasoning about things. Now, and because that's the thing, we know that we can actually be very irrational. We can actually
yeah,
do things that completely fly in the face of being logically valid. Like if a person is fed by their emotions, like for a bad example is like if a, and I heard this before in an old conversation, this woman was basically talking to Tracy on the atheist experience. She was of the position that she knew that her husband was having an affair because she felt it. And so her feelings, and because she felt so abhorrent about adultery and about affairs, and she knew she was basically keen to the signs of what might be indicative of her husband having an affair. Once she saw kind of things that she thought were kind of the same, she just automatically concluded her husband is having an affair. But and Tracy was basically telling her that does not mean that you know that he's having an affair.
right, yeah. What
So
a terrible way to live for that poor guy.
yeah, because she's basically her feelings are basically informing her beliefs, and that becomes an irrationality. And so then you have to force yourself, where is the justification for your belief? Well, my belief is based on these things that I'm seeing that he's doing that seem to kind of comport to what's going on here. Yeah, but maybe you should just have the conversation, or maybe you should look for something more, because this could be kind of an interesting thing to believe based on your feelings. I just don't feel right of that gut instinct kind of thing, and then it'd be completely wrong, and then it really destroys your relationship. I think that was
Yeah,
kind of where the conversation was going between her and Tracy. It was a really interesting conversation because it
that's
really
funny.
into the epistemics of how people's epistemic reasoning, and she was just like, oh no, I know it because that's what I'm feeling.
Right. Yeah. Um, I think that's one of the main things that popped in my head is I don't think a single apologist can demonstrate why these two number threes are in a necessary relationship except for you say so, right?
Yeah,
Because there still exists the possibility that there is a single God and there are three things. It just makes three things. Why? Because it does. It's essential to its nature to make
yeah.
that three.
uh,
Okay, like but it's one that just makes a three, but it's not makes a three independent of itself, not that is in itself a three, right?
Yep.
Like,
Now yeah, that's an interesting question right there. No, I don't
Can
think.
I answer that one? Can I
anyway, I
answer
got a
that one?
piece, so
Oh,
thanks
oh,
for having me on a little bit.
Okay.
yeah, thanks for coming on, Nitty.
Thanks for dropping
Yeah.
by, Nitty.
And Peter, if you ever disagree with me about something, put it in the damn comments. I want to know what you disagree with me about.
I mean, I would, but I'm hoping that sometimes that will happen when we're chatting in a live stream, so we can
Good.
actually discuss it. Because dropping it in the comments, I could
No,
do that.
I'm just
I just
giving you
don't.
shit.
I just don't have the time to go back and read
What it-
all the comments that then come
Nitty,
back to
Nitty,
that.
he's waiting for you to just grow up and come to the realization that you're denying the truth that you know.
No. What I do want, I want to Dutchify Nitty a little so that he will
Oh,
interrupt
that
people
does not-
and he
that
will
doesn't
become a little
sound
bit
good.
more aggressive.
Oh, that doesn't
It does
good at
sound
all.
good.
Dutchify. Ooh.
All right,
Yeah.
later, guys.
See you, Nitty.
Catch you later, Nitty.
That just sounded
So
dirty.
can I answer this one on screen, Jay?
If
The
you
three
want
basic
to,
logical laws. The three basic logical laws are properties of reality. And so this is why they apply. And we know they apply because they give us consistent results if we apply them.
what do you
And we
mean by?
don't have to be omniscient in order to know that. We can see that through independent verification. So
Yeah,
this doesn't get us to a universal logical truth, though.
Are you saying that they're a property because? How are you saying they're a property? Or are you
They are a
saying that the
property
logic?
of the reality. They are a property of the reality that we are in.
That's weird. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, So, are you saying that in your position, this is because these are sometimes seen as being abstract concepts? Are you saying that those abstract concepts would exist independent of minds?
Yes, they are properties of the reality we find ourselves
So they're
in.
not. So they're not abstract concepts.
No, those concepts were discovered by humans and then tested and then gave consistent results.
Oh.
So we know that they are a property of our reality.
But the
That's it.
one law is literally predicated on presuppositions. The third law is predicated on presuppositions. Presuppositions come from minds. So how can the third law? So I understand that there is identity, right? There is things that exist, but identity, applying identity doesn't necessarily need, in my opinion, doesn't really need to be the case for things to be what they are. They can just be what they are without any kind of identifying concept to go along with them or any kind of label, right? And in the sense that once they are what they are, then they can't be what they are and not be what they are in the same sense, right? So that's more of a descriptive term. And then with presupposition, with the law of excluded middle, that's predicated on presuppositions. But presuppositions are predicated on minds. So how can presuppositions be a property of reality or of the universe?
How's the third law of presupposition?
The law is predicated on presuppositions. So the law of non-excluded middle is a presupposition or a proposition is either true or false. So that law of thought is predicated on there being presuppositions. Presuppositions, as far as I know, come from minds. So they're dependent on minds. They're not contingent, they're dependent. If there are no minds, then there are no presuppositions for those minds to come from. So that's where I see the issue. How is that third law a property of the universe?
Because in our universe, that law is a part of how our universe is made up.
That doesn't make any sense to me. That sounds like Platonism. The abstracta makes it, the abstracta is real. So abstract, like Platonism basically holds to the idea that numbers are true. Numbers are an actual thing. Abstracta is actually real.
Numbers are just what we give to things in order
Yeah,
to make sense of reality.
Yeah, that's essentially what the logic is. A is A. It's the A is just a placeholder for some by basically describing that you have some A. Whatever A might be, then that A is A. And then A is either not A cannot be not A, or cannot be A and not A in the same sense, at the same time, in the same sense. Then law of excluded middle, a proposition is either true or it's false. So to me, they're basically abstracta. They're not concrete. They're just abstracta. They are describing, they have a normative sense in the way their usage based on our understanding of reality, or based on our observations of reality. They're predicated on our observation, or on our sense of reality. But I don't think that they would be a property of the universe if we weren't there to actually formulate them. So yeah, while there can be objects that some kind of whatever A might stand for, just all sorts of objects, sure, they are what they are. And then what do we think of based on our observations of reality? Well, whatever those things are, once they are what they are, they can't be what they are and not what they are at the same time in the same sense, right? Because if that's a pure contradiction. And then when we're not now making truth-bearing claims, those truth-bearing claims must comport to truth makers. So those propositions are made up of abstracta that are labels that comport to things in reality. So if we are not here to make propositions about, or make truth-bearing claims about truth makers, what happens to the propositions? They're gone. The universe gets.
I'm still not sure if I agree with you. But did you retract the link from the chat?
No.
Because I can't.
No, I
I
never.
can't see it anymore.
Oh, that's weird. No, I didn't retract it.
Oh, yeah, no, it's still there because we do have Speed who's chomping at the bit.
Oh, okay.
Probably taking out his keyboard soon. Speed, if you scroll up in the chat, there's a link. I don't know if you can scroll up that far.
If you want, you can go ahead and pin it, so he can get it. I just didn't bother to pin it because I
can't pin it. Even though I'm a super mod, I can't pin it.
Really? You've done it before?
No.
Did they take that away?
No.
Oh, that's
I have
weird.
no clue. So there should be a way that I can get.
Here, I'll just put it in again.
I put it in.
Oh, you got it?
Now.
Okay. Yeah, because I think you pinned it once before for me, and that's weird. Maybe they took that away. But what are you? What do you? So do you want to shelve that for later and just continue on with the video?
Yeah. So Speed said, "Give me a minute." So
okay,
he'll be joining soon. Just keep an eye on the back room.
All right. Well, let me just continue with this for now. Yeah, because I don't hold that. Like, I know there was a conversation. I wasn't there for it, but I remember there was a long stream one time that it was the one that Simus Funk was doing, and they had a conversation about mathematics and whether or not mathematics is actually discovered, or if it's just abstract, if it's just pure abstracta and that kind of thing. And then when I asked Simus about it, he goes, yeah, we kind of settled that it's kind of both, but we didn't really go into it. And I never went back to that's from when Simus was doing State of the Onion. That was the name of that series that he was doing on his channel.
Oh, yeah.
And they did that. So that's why when you said that logic is a property of the universe, when you say it's a property, then I'm thinking that logic is a thing that exists independent of mind. So that even if human beings cease to exist, logic, and that's my problem, is that the law, when it comes to the law of excluded middle, that is predicated on presuppositions. So I'm not sure how that can be a property in the universe if it's predicated on there being entities to make propositions. It's very, the way that it works is based on us being able to make propositions and determining whether or not those propositions are either true or false, meaning they don't bear any veracity or they do bear veracity to some truth maker or truth makers. That's all.
Yeah, it might be difficult. So if there are no minds, that there are no claims about reality. So there's also not a true or false because there are no claims.
Mm-mm.
That's
There's
what you're
just
saying?
there is actual things. There's just actual. There's
Yes.
just so at the very rudimentary level so in realism, there's just what there is. There's just all there is. Whether or not human beings can make claims about them, whether or not we can quote unquote attach identity to those objects or to even ourselves, it would not change the very things that are.
But if there is what there is, there
Mhm.
also isn't what there isn't, which would be the third law.
No, but that's only if someone makes a proposition about it. The third law of non-contradiction, or the law of excluded middle, is based on propositions being true or false, not whether or not something is or isn't. It's whether or not what is or isn't, or whether or not a proposition is actually truthfully claiming that something is or isn't. But that's the problem with propositions, and why there's some pushback from some philosophers that when it comes to liar's paradoxes, like this sentence is false, that proposition
This is why I hate
is neither,
philosophy.
yeah, that proposition is neither true nor false. It's
Mhm.
true that it's true that
Yeah.
it's false, and it's false that it's true. It's really kind of fun.
Yeah. Getting to the new comment, the law of causality is not a strict law because we know that there are things that come and go into existence, go out of existence, without any noble cause.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and
hey,
I
Speed.
don't, and I know A-Speed, and I think that Joel here is one of those, and this is something that I think even there's people who would agree with me on this one as well, is that Joel is a person that basically holds to the idea that logic, the laws of logic, are instructive code. They are governing written lines of instruction for the way things must work.
Well, he can
Which,
think that, but he
yeah,
needs to demonstrate that that is
well,
true.
yeah, the problem with that is that's necessitarianism. That's
Using the third law.
well, actually, yeah, whether the proposition is true or false, but also just establishing A as being A.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah, if he holds to that as a governing thing, that's necessitarianism. That's hard determinism. That's not that's necessitarianism, not regulatory theory. So regulatory theory basically holds that there's these things that we have in logic that are just descriptive, but when it comes to necessitarianism, they hold to the idea that logic is basically fundamental to how things work. It is instructing, it is dictating how things go. And without that logic, everything falls apart. I think Frank Turek, a lot of
Yeah.
Christians actually appeal to that, but then they also try to appeal to free will. But but once you start doing that, you basically set yourself up for hard determinism, necessitarianism, and that is the hardest form of hard determinism that there is. If you look it up, necessitarianism is the hardest form of determinism.
I still think it's the laws of logic are observations that we've made.
Sure, but the observations of what we make doesn't. The laws of logic are the the descriptive models that we use for reasoning when it comes to how we perceive reality. So they don't actually have to exist. The things that actually do exist are what inform the laws of logic. So the laws of logic are predicated on our observations, on our sense perception of what we seem to be sharing in the observations of. And that logic, as we all know, can sometimes not work out so well. It can be faulty.
Yes, just like Earth, who says
Just like
it's impossible. That's an epistemological limitation or ignorance we have, and not a break in the law of causality, since the law of causality is but part of the law of non-contradiction and is absolutely unbreakable. In order for you to make the claim that it's unbreakable, you have to give us the cause why particles can go in and out of existence without any known cause.
And why an all observing God doesn't somehow doesn't make all, what do they call that? You probably remember better. It's basically the they call that in quantum theory. They call that, why am I blanking on it? Where basically they
if it's universal and if it's absolutely unbreakable, then please tell me what caused God.
Well, he's a necessary being. He has no being.
Did I just break the law of causality?
Yeah, well, God does, because he's a necessary being. Come on now.
So it's not unbreakable.
No, it's not. There can be uncaused causes. Yeah, God is the uncaused cause according to the Kalam cosmological argument, or the unmoved mover. So yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah, it is. A lot of it special pleading.
Yeah. So I'm writing a paper on truth and knowledge and all of this stuff, and I'm a realist about most universals, and so I'm trying to support that basically. And I start with this extremely reductive biological approach to it, right? Looking at almost like the problem we have is we keep ending up in this human linguistic cultural realm where we spend most of our time, and then we sort of reify those things in our mind.
Yeah.
And then we somehow start claiming that they don't exist outside of us, and they do exist outside of us in some form, not the form that we have in our head. Okay.
Yeah.
What we have in our head is about stuff out there. It's about how space time works.
So do you like Kant's Kant's position on phenomena and noumena?
Not. I sort of side with that, except I forget where Kant leaves me cold. There's a point.
Yeah, noumena. So under Kant basically said that basically our mind is the lens by which we see phenomena. Noumena is what it actually is, and based on our lens, our mental our interpretive lenses, our mind, it's like a we don't actually see noumena. We see phenomena, which is our mind's translation of noumena.
That's where he leaves me cold. Where he leaves me cold is he looks at, and I'm not sure if this is the way Kant, because have you ever tried reading Kant? It's impossible.
It's hard to read. Yeah, he's hard to read.
The guy he ran out of periods, and he had nothing but commas. I mean, you can't read that. Anyway, the noumena basically is kind of well, you call it, okay, all of reality. As Kant portrays noumena, he's got that right?
Yeah.
But he is less of a realist than I am about what we perceive in that reality. I think what we perceive is exactly what is there, given what we are. So if you look at a relationship between us as an organism and the world we live in, right? You're going to end up with this perspectival slice of reality, and that is accurate.
Up to. Oh, I get what you're saying, but not.
Yeah. Yeah,
because
if
we
you
don't,
were,
because I still think it's funny, like some of these guys will talk about like, oh, with God, you can see ultimate reality. And I'm like, if I could see ultimate reality, I would probably go fucking insane.
oh, I think I've seen that on shrooms
Hmm.
the other day.
If I could see all the viruses, all the metals floating
Yeah,
around, the
right.
very air that
Yeah,
I breathe, all
right.
and the very and smell what a dog smell, and I can know like what a dog smells, right? I don't
Yeah,
have a perception of reality the same way that a dog does when it comes to its sense of smell. If I did, I would probably be walking around throwing up all the time.
right, right. Yeah, yeah. So this thing about having this accurate
Or
perspective, I
sniffing
suppose,
guys' butts.
Yep.
of space time is how I ground realism. That I'm a scientific realist, right? I believe that we can know things about the universe, but I take this all the way, like in the paper I'm writing. I take this extreme reductive approach, and then I start constructing from like a single-celled animal, an organism with a flagella and a couple of cell membrane proteins that can sense things, right? And okay, if it senses a gradient in the amount of sugar, it'll start flapping its little tail. So the interesting thing about truth is truth always involves the idea of action. And I forget who came up. Well, that's kind of like the ready to hand stuff. But truth always has to do with action. Like, okay, you perceive something, and then you may act upon it. Like I perceive my cup, and I may reach out and grab it. And if I successfully grab it, then I have truth. So truth is a real simple thing that living organisms do.
Yeah.
A lot of
I
the
Yeah, I simplify that as basically being the truth is the proposition that comports to the phenomena of me grabbing the cup. So
yeah,
me grabbing the
yeah,
cup is actual, and then the truth is the proposition is any proposition that is made, that basically any truth bearing claim that comports to that phenomena. I grabbed
yeah.
the cup.
Yeah, propositions are about action, and we are organisms that can act. We move. We move in the environment, and that's where a proposition comes into play. I mean, by the time you get to humans and you add this complex brain that we have, where we can actually remember things that happened in the past, we can plan things and all that stuff. I mean, you end up with a pretty complicated. It's no longer a reductive thing, right? But that's where I want to start. And these precept people, I was listening to one of them. Did you listen to that T jump debate? I think it came out today with this crazy Christian. It was so bad.
No.
He was. Oh my God. Uh, anyway, he didn't believe in atheists and just all kinds of garbage. But he was going on
Well,
with
he
the
doesn't.
usual.
Joel doesn't believe in atheists either. He said that to another person. I don't believe atheists are atheists. I don't believe atheism is.
Yeah, it's just
It's
nuts.
just
I don't know, anyway.
it's just a word that's used to justify basically a person's their position for denial of what they actually know to be true.
Right.
Yeah, I'll let AJ Heeb deal with Earth. I want to get back to this little conversation here, but um,
You want
by the way,
you want
brain
to
and
go?
mind, but not an
You
identity relation. Yeah, they do.
might have a causal
By
relation.
the way, they have a causal relation.
Well, okay,
Okay.
I'll agree with him on that. Because I believe that our mind is not just in our brain, but it's also in our brain and body, and in
Oh,
the
oh,
local world around us, the
oh, yeah,
locality.
there's that. Yeah, I remember, I think Sapolsky touched on that. I think he touches on it
Yeah,
more in Behave, where he says that that mind isn't just necessarily restricted to brain. There's this that mind is also informed by the overall body, like in a holistic sense of not of the brain and the body together.
yeah, and you can think of it also as being in your local environment. So about 50 feet around you, everything that's impinging on you, like when you get down to cognitive neuroscience and you start seeing how it works, we're thinking, or there's things happening inside of us at the same time as our eyes are flicking back and forth and we're sensing the reality around us. So all of that, I mean, there's no mind is kind of a made up thing that we came up with. So why not understand it as all of this local stuff impinging upon us along with what it is doing to us inside of us.
I still
Another
like
way to
it.
look at it.
There's, I think I had a conversation with someone where we were talking about mind and stuff. Oh, mind is the thing that like informs and you know, informs like reactions and so, and I was like, oh, so slime mold has mind. They went,
Kind
what?
of,
So the
kind
slime
of.
molds, so they've actually demonstrated some slime molds have actually solved mazes. So
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, and the thing about what has a mind and what doesn't, you know, that's on like a gradient. I mean, you can go all the way down. Like when I watch an insect crawling, you know, with its legs, you know, whipping across the floor, all six legs going up and down. That, in a sense, is a sort of mind. But it isn't anything that I can wrap my mind around because I've got, you know, mine is a little more complicated, right? But I mean, there's something going on there in living organisms. There's this movement in this local area of space that is exactly what our minds are. And our minds are completely physical, and
well, I think
we're
I
very
think I think Earth just came into an issue here because mind is subjective and non-physical, but brain is objective and physical. They are not the same thing. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but if God is a mind, then that would mean that God is a subjective and non-physical thing.
yeah. There you go.
If
A
you're making the
non-thing.
claim, if you're making different identity, how is that a different identity? Isn't God posed to be don't some people say that it is God is a disembodied mind that is necessary for all preconditions and is that which instantiates and sustains all reality? But you just said mind is subjective and non-physical. So that mind is an objective mind. So that mind is the contradiction. It's what? The special case mind? Anyway.
Yeah, God's mind is a little.
It doesn't it
Has a
that sounds like mind is no longer a universal term now. Right? It's not universal to all things. It would only be universal to us, but not universal to God. So it's not a universal mind isn't a universal truth. It's relative
yeah.
to whatever it is, to whatever it's comporting to.
How does God think if God is timeless, right? Because thinking is a stepwise process.
Yeah,
It's
the
something that
temporal.
flows and
That whole temporal problem. Yeah.
yeah. Is that what it's called? The temporal problem. So what video are you
Same,
watching
same,
here?
with- same with creating. Creating is
Yep.
change over time
Yeah,
as well.
right.
Yep.
So
Yep. Yeah,
Um,
this oh my God, intelligent design.
you were gonna ask something about this video speed?
Yeah, what video is this?
Oh,
Who is
this
this
is
guy?
this is Joel Settecase of the Think Institute. He is a presuppositional apologist. I would say not
Okay.
a very good one. And he is having a conversation with Peter here. And it's going over like a fart in a car because
I can
Joel
imagine.
Joel is failing at selling Joel the car that he says, or Joel is failing to sell Peter the car that he says Peter already has. So
Oh,
yeah.
that's why I titled it this way.
What is logic?
Logic is a property of reality that we have discovered, and we have put that in words. And the way we know
We've already beat that to death.
that logic Yes. is actually a property of reality is because it gives us consistent results.
According to our limited, or do we have limited knowledge of logic or absolute universal knowledge of logic?
No one has
What's that
absolute
mean?
universal.
The other thing that I would love to see somebody introduce, I don't know if anyone's introduced this to him, but it's something that I touched on already in this video, I think at least a couple times, is that logical validity does not necessarily mean veracity.
Right.
So
It's
just because I make a valid logical syllogism for anything does not lend veracity to whatever it is that I'm using logic to,
Yeah.
right? So it's kind of like somebody was talking about, they were having this discussion about, well, begging the question is a fallacy, but the problem is begging the question is an informal fallacy. You can have a logically valid inform argument or syllogism that begs the question or institutes that informal fallacy, but the logical form is still valid. So
Yeah.
have fun with that one.
Yeah.
Knowledge.
Okay. So what percentage of all knowledge would you say
Not
that you
even your
personally
God.
have?
I think the Bible is clear that your God doesn't have that either.
No, the Bible is clear that God declares the end from the beginning and God knows all things. So that's not a good internal critique of Christianity. My question is, based on your limited knowledge, you're saying that you
Can an eternal being actually comprehend the end? A timeless entity actually comprehend the end and the beginning?
Yeah.
So the end and the
Very
beginning
well
would
be.
not the end and the beginning would be arbitrary. They would be basically dictated by whatever the God deems is the end and is the
Right.
beginning. Beginning and end aren't actual states. It's just whatever God says it is.
Yeah.
you have knowledge of logic, and therefore Hitchens' epistemology is good based on logic or the logical standard, to use your original term, which that's fine. Either way is fine. My question is,
I didn't say Hitchens' epistemology was good. I said he contributed to epistemology with Hitchens' razor.
yeah,
If I remember correctly, and maybe I'm wrong here, but wasn't Hitchens' razor basically he took that, if I remember, Hitchens' razor, when Christopher Hitchens came up with that, he was basically piggybacking off of Carl Sagan, that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And so he took that and then said, so if you're making anything that's asserted, especially an extraordinary thing, is asserted, right, without evidence, can
Can
therefore
be
be
dismissed.
dismissed without
Right.
evidence. And I
yeah.
think that's where it was he was adopting something from Carl Sagan and then piggybacking off of that. But I could be wrong on that. Either way, I don't have a problem with with Hitchens' razor, but he says something about this being a preemptive evidentialist thing, which I don't even know what that means.
Yes,
And
right.
I asked you a
And you said it was
question which
great.
you
You said it was
dodged.
good.
I asked you a question which you dodged because you know the answer.
No, you that question itself
because
was
you
a
use
dodge.
Hitchens' razor
Hitchens'
every
razor is
day.
assert. Let me ask you this: does Hitchens' razor have evidence, or is it asserted without evidence?
Okay.
Hitchens' razor is a way to establish what is real or not.
Is it
He
asserted with
wants
or without evidence?
to go
It's
meta on that.
asserted with evidence.
Yeah, that's definitely a meta. So
Yeah.
it's if you want to say that he needs a justification for something that we know that when it comes to basically substantiating any kind of A for being A, when we make a claim, we need evidence in support of whatever it is that we're saying is the case. And now he's trying to say, well, he needs evidence for that claim where he says, if no one basically gives us evidence, then we can just dismiss it. So I
Right.
don't know why he bothered to go down this route. It doesn't make any sense. And again, Hitchens can be wrong, and this still doesn't lend veracity to the Christian worldview or his presuppositional apologetics in
Yeah,
any way.
that's just the precept playbook. Basically, that comes from Van Til, where he blatantly states if that's what you do, you always try to pull the rug out by going meta on everything. You know, like if you say that you can't be certain, well, how can you be certain of that?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's the other issue is that you ontologically, if the playbook is basically written in everybody ontologically, then everybody can be certain. It's just some people are using that playbook to deny that playbook.
Yeah.
Because things
Oh,
for which there is no evidence, we don't need to accept them as being real.
is that an evidence-based conclusion?
I can give you an example because you
No.
dodged.
Yes, it's an evidence based on the fact on that particular scope. So if it holds that things being instantiated being said to be what they are requires evidence to support what they are or to establish what they are, then and nobody does it, then it should follow that we can just dismiss it. Now, does that mean that whatever is being stated isn't the case? No, it's just that the person hasn't met their burden. And so we can just dismiss it, especially if we have it, because they're trying to make a claim about states of affairs. And if their claim about states of affairs can't be substantiated, then okay, where do we go from there? We can sit there and argue about it. We can argue the meta all day long, but it still doesn't change whether or not whatever this person stated to be the case is actually the case.
Yeah, this is
Answer,
very
answer the
much.
question.
You dodged the question that I asked you. Do
Answer
you
the
believe
question.
in things? Do you believe in things for which there is no evidence?
Is
That's the
Hitchens'
question
razor?
you don't want to answer.
Is
You don't want
Hitchens'
to
ra-
answer.
The answer
because
is
the
no.
moment
The answer is
the
no.
moment.
But don't dodge
Okay,
my
so
question.
you just
Is Hitchens'
you
razor
confirm Hitchens.
asserted with evidence or not? And
It's predicated on a standard. The claim is predicated on a standard of justifying or demonstrating truth. That's the evidence of the claim. The evidence is that it's predicated on something. So yes, there is evidence for it. It would be predicated on a standard of that. If A is A, if somebody asserts that there is something, some X, X must be shown. Or be give some kind of reasonable justification for the belief in X.
listen, I
just gave the
respectfully have
evidence.
to push you on this.
Yes,
I think I'm saying that. I'm starting to get tired now. So if I'm fucking up, please. I know AJ's in the audience. And so is John. They'll point out my fuck ups in a New York minute.
Respectfully have to push you on this.
You just gave me the evidence.
Is Hitchens' razor asserted with or without evidence? When you gave me that
It's
pre-evidential statement,
evidence.
was
You
it
just
given with
gave the
evidence?
evidence.
Stop talking
You
over
gave
me.
the evidence.
When-
You just gave the evidence.
I gave
Hitchens'
you the
razor.
evidence. I didn't assert
Yes.
Hitchens' razor.
Yes. you
Hitchens'
did.
razor is a pre-evidential presupposition that one brings to the evaluation of epistemological and
And
truth
yet
claims.
you use it.
I don't use Hitchens' razor.
I asked you.
You don't wait, no. Do you not use the standard of that if somebody makes a claim for A, there must be evidence for A?
Yeah.
If he's not using that.
He just said he did. He literally just said he did.
Yeah, this is not I remember this part, and this is not a good part of the conversation. That's why I hate getting into logic with these guys, because it gets so fucking dumb.
It's kind of like
they
they
for
invoke.
which there is no evidence.
There
You
is
said the answer
absolute
is no.
proof for my worldview. So at literally
That's not my
everything.
question.
Hold
That
on.
is not my question.
Hold on.
There is absolute proof for your worldview, not if it's a presupposition. That's just a justification. That's just grounding. That's no justification. If your worldview is a presupposition, there is no proof. Presuppositions don't require proofs.
So what he's doing here is he's trying to apply Hitchens' razor to Hitchens' razor.
Yeah.
and it's kind of like the liar's paradox, right? I mean, you can form these little logical contradictions and but they don't amount to diddly squat, basically.
Yeah.
But that is the playbook. That's what they keep doing. Like you come with rationality, right? You come understanding that both of you are rational to any argument, and they want to go back and find out, how do you justify that rationality? How do you found it? You know, that sort of stuff. Drives you crazy, and you're going to spin, and he's spinning, trying to spin Peter in circles right now.
Yeah. Yeah, because if he can remember, if he renders his Peter's so-called worldview to absurdity, his worldview stands up on top as being the one true worldview, and demonstrates that Peter does actually hold to the one true worldview after all.
Right. I don't know how they. I don't know how they get that entailment. That
It's literally Damp's law from the beginning. I win just from the beginning. What? I'm declaring I won. How? Because I know that you know this. What the fuck? Yep, I win.
Yep.
Paul says in Romans 1:8-20 that everybody knows this. So shut the fuck up, I win.
Question was, do you believe in things for which there is no evidence? Your answer to that was no.
Peter, that doesn't mean
confirming.
Peter,
that is you confirming
no.
that you accept.
I think that really Joel's pushback on this is that it's coming from Hitchens, not what it's actually stating,
or the fact that I mentioned it.
Yeah.
Razor.
No,
and
you're putting the
use
cart
it in
before
your
the horse.
daily life.
Peter, I'm going to say this very respectfully. You're putting the cart before the horse, and you are falsely attributing to me. Pause.
I don't know how That I would have asked. I would have said, please show
Yeah.
how I just put the cart before the fucking horse, please. Because if you really want to talk about carts before horses kind of thing, you guys are literally dealing in something that Van Til said is virtuously circular. There is no cart before the horse. It just goes round and round and round and round and round and round and round virtuously.
Yeah.
Falsely
Let's go
attributing to
around.
me your backward man center epistemology. Now, I asked you, is Hitchens' razor asserted with or without evidence? The obvious answer is that Hitchens' razor is a pre-evidential commitment. It's an a priori pre-commitment that someone brings to the evaluation of claims. Hitchens' razor is self-refuting. It's obviously self-refuting. For me to say that I believe things, now I'm going to correct the misunderstanding that you have.
Yeah.
For me to say that I don't believe things that don't have evidence, that doesn't mean that evidence is my final standard. God's revelation is my final standard. That's good. So let's clear that up then.
Okay, but be careful of that, because God's standard, that book that you're holding, doesn't say no other gods exist. It also, the way that it's interpreted by a lot of Christians, gives people through their interpretive lenses a differing ideas of who Christ is, so that's Christology, differing ways of salvation, that's soteriology, and what it means for the end times, the eschatology, right? Not every Christian holds to the rapture. Rapture is a part of a particular eschatology that is found in some denominations of Christianity. Not all denominations of Christianity hold to the rapture. You've got all these differing things going on, and then you're sitting there and saying, well, this is an objective truth. And yet, if it was objective, you wouldn't. Why is it that you guys seem to have so many different Christian worldviews? And is the worldview, is it a bottom up? Is it top down? Because it sounds like we start with the knowledge of God de facto, and then from there everything branches out. So is it, how does this epistemology work? How does this worldview work?
Yeah.
Is it foundationalism? Is it coherentism? Is it a combination? What are we doing here? Right? Are you saying that I can't have a worldview if God knocks, if my foundations for knowledge and belief aren't built on this presupposition of God, which you say that I know, and then I say, well, I'm just going to arbitrarily say I don't know God, then all other beliefs and all other beliefs in my knowledge claims all basically tumble like a stack of Jenga? Okay, let's say that's true. Now I'm switching to coherentism, a web. If God falls off the web, I can still use the other things that seem to be coherent until I find some kind of replacement for God.
You're a coherentist? Okay.
Huh?
You are a coherentist?
Am I a coherentist?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that I lean more that way, yeah.
Yeah, found herentism is kind of cool. That's sort of the crossword puzzle idea.
Yeah, I think I'm either a found herentist or kind of or possibly hold. There was a conversation that I think it was Hogtie Champ. Hogtie Champ like explained it. He had a really good explanation that we kind of use all of them interchangeably, and there's no one strict one that you actually have to hold to. He had a really good position on it. But yeah,
I would love to see that.
Yeah, I don't remember where the video was, but it was a really neat explanation. But yeah, this becomes kind of one of those issues where you start diving in like, okay, is it your position that basically everything I've built is ontologically based on the knowledge of God? So no matter what even if I just epistemically say, you know what, I'm not going to accept the truth of God, then you're saying that ontologically all my beliefs and knowledge fall apart? Yeah. No, that shouldn't be how that works, because ontologically I am starting from that position. So everything that builds up is ontologically the case, not epistemically the case.
Yeah, I like to get them back to the zygote stage. Like when you were a zygote, did you have this presupposition, or was it this God foundation to found all knowledge that you had as you developed into a human being?
I
As
think
you
you,
learned how to crawl.
yeah, I think you come, well, that's what you're crying about. You're like, God, no.
Yeah, and then
You're
and
screaming in
you,
protest.
and you got to wonder how they know that the words they're reading in that book he's holding up are actually the words that are there.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
that's,
how did he arrive at that?
yeah, it's kind of a, it's circular. It's like I
Yeah,
said before, they're not, so they're not saying that, okay, this has been used by some people who go, yeah, but you do understand Christianity wasn't established until way later. And what they do is they go, oh, no, 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 no. If things are true, then things are true. So the compilation of all those books are just basically confirmations of everything that is true about Christian worldview. Before that was ever even compiled, all those truths were truths in and of themselves. They were. Okay, neat. So the presupposition of the Christian worldview starts not with the Bible, but with one's knowledge of God when they start out. That is basically saying, you see, you all have it because this confirms everybody has it.
yeah.
God's revelation is my final standard. Okay, so
Why would you need God's revelation?
because
If that's
God's
the word
revelation is what gives me the
Can I
grounding for
finish my
believing
Can I
in my
finish my
five
sentence?
senses. In hold on,
It's not grounding. That's the problem. You can't say it's the grounding because I think he's even said that God instantiates and sustains. That's not grounding. If he believes that God instantiates and sustains all of reality, God's not the ground for his epistemic state. God is the thing sustaining his epistemic state. He thinks, therefore, there's God.
Yeah. I think they can come up with this logos thing. Especially the Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah.
They have this that God, that basically intelligibility is because you are part of God's mind or something like that, or being according to God's mind. That's how they get around that. But I mean, it could have been anything. I mean, you could pick
Yeah.
anything for this
Yeah,
God
exactly.
thing,
Yep.
and I pick the space time universe with particles in it. I'm sorry, that's my
Sure.
God,
Yeah. Jay
my
Pasek,
religion.
it says there's only one true God. I think you really need to go look at some of what the scholars say.
Right.
They are, and you didn't apparently listen to my example about when the Israelites, according to the Genesis narrative, where Moses goes up to get the law from God, and the Israelites basically go, well, you know what? We're not getting satisfaction from this Yahweh God. We'll start doing this kind of stuff to appeal to other gods. They actually believed that there were other gods that existed. The one true God,
God believed that there were other gods.
yeah, because God said, you will have no other gods before me. If you're talking about the idea
Yeah.
that, well, God, but the apologetic there is, well, God's saying, don't arbitrarily imagine other gods to take my place. No, that's not what that means. That religion is based on the belief of many gods existing, but the one true God is the God that you want to follow. That's the one you want to worship and follow is Yahweh. And what basically is happening in the Bible is, and some scholars talk about this, that in that narrative, whether it's true or not, it's obviously probably not true, that God is basically using his chosen people to go around and defeating these other groups of people that have a chosen God, right? Or God, that are other gods' chosen people. So if they go and they defeat this particular group, and that's Chemosh's chosen people, God is taking out Chemosh. If it's Moloch, God is going in and using his people to take out Moloch's chosen people, and so on. It's a conquering God. It's a God that's going on a raiding spree and taking out all other God's chosen people. So for what reason? Kind of like Highlander. There can be only one.
Yeah. Did you see the?
I do not say that the laws of earth, you are not listening to me again. I never said that the laws of logic are absolute. I do not even hold that the laws of logic are absolute. Not those three. No. They are predicated on reality. They are predicated on us observing reality. They are not absolute.
This idea of absolute certainty and all
Hmm.
things, these universals, these are basically religious ideas.
Yeah.
this want of certainty and all of that stuff. And as a coherentist, I know that I can't reach any of that. So
Yeah, I don't say, yeah, when you ask by your own reasoning, you would not only hold on the laws of logic until they work for you, and you cannot say they are absolute, correct? Yeah, I do not hold that they're absolute. Do they work? They seem to work. But
do.
again, there's still pushback on the law of excluded middle about whether propositions can only be true or false. Under intuitive logic and dialtheism, mm-mm. And like I said, paradoxes are propositions that are both true and false. So that kind of pokes at that whole law of excluded middle thing. And again, that law of excluded middle, like I was talking about with Peter earlier, is predicated on propositions.
God's
You're not
revelation is the
answering the question that I didn't finish.
Peter.
Yes, but
Peter,
this is rude.
pause.
This is just rude. I'm asking you a question. In
Peter.
the middle of my question, you interrupt me by
Peter,
giving
because I
me
was
an
because
This is being rude, says the rude Dutchman.
yes.
your
Well,
question
keep
jumped
in
in the middle of
mind,
my
at the start of this video, I told him that I intend to interrupt people, and that's a bad habit. And he said, "You need to let me speak." Okay, great. If that's the case, you need to let me speak as well. I mean, that's
Yeah.
just.
Oh my God. Why do I even bother with this? If they are not absolute, what are they? They're useful. How about that? They seem
Yeah.
to comport with our observation of things, right? The law of identity. We observe certain things. It can be, and we establish whatever. So when they say A is just a placeholder for anything that is being identified. Then whatever is identified can be what it is, and it can't be what it is and not be what it is at the same time. And then the law of non-excluded middle is any propositions made about A's or not A's in some way either has to be true or false. So yes, they seem to work based on the way that we are dealing in or working within reality and perceiving reality and our shared experience of reality. But do I think that they are absolute? No.
Yeah, you don't need it. Locally, they work. Locally, reality is.
And they are objective in the model that they are being used.
Yeah.
So they're objective in the way that they work and the model that they're being used. But there are some models of logic that are objective that get a little bit weird sometimes. But again, like I said, logical validity doesn't necessarily equate to actual veracity. So you can have things that are actual without even ever identifying them as being what they are. They would just be true. They would just be, excuse me, let me rephrase. They would just be actual regardless of anyone making propositions about them whatsoever. Everything that we're doing is based on our shared, what seems to be, our shared perception of reality.
Damn.
That's a loud rigor. And with propositions, I'm not talking about all three of those laws of logic. I'm talking about the law of excluded middle, which is predicated on propositions being either true or false. In some cases, what we found is that not all propositions are binary. They're not necessarily only true or only false. This sentence is false, in quotes, is a paradox.
Jay and Peter, my son is getting the leash. He's going to make me go for a walk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. So he's coming down with the leash right now, and I have no choice.
Wait. Your son goes on walks with you on a leash? I did not know that.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Report elder abuse, please. Somebody help me. Anyway, I gotta go. Okay. We'll see you guys.
Yep.
Thanks for having me on.
I've heard that Speed has graduated from no longer being on a bark collar. He now just has a GPS locator collar.
Right. I learned that bark trick. I learned not to bark anymore. So
yep.
Anyway.
Yep.
Okay. Have a good day, guys. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Catch you later.
I'm actually kind of enjoying this.
You learn new things every day.
Mm-hmm.
Response.
To the question
Listen,
that I didn't
is this your MO?
finish.
You call into Christian shows and just try to talk over the host? Now you asked a
No,
question. I'm telling you, man, just wait 1 second. I don't want to have to mute you. I don't do that on this show. But just hold on a second. At
Great.
least
I
try
don't
not
do
to.
that either with my guests.
Good.
So,
Pause for a second.
The 4 laws of logic. This sentence is false doesn't violate any of these 4 laws. No, it's a tension in the laws of logic. In the law of thought, in the law of excluded middle, it's a tension because of the way that it's framed. All propositions are either true or false, right? A proposition is either true or false, but the proposition, this sentence is false, is both true and it is false. So in a way, it does kind of violate the law of excluded middle. It's a tension. How do you explain that proposition? So it's not governing, right? That was the best thing that Aristotle could come up with, and that wasn't actually the only thing. I don't think even Aristotle necessarily came up with that. I think there were other thinkers that kind of thought around that way. Was that, yeah, whenever we want to make a claim about something, or make a truth-bearing claim about truth makers, then those truth-bearing claims should either be true or false. If we don't know if it's true, then we just don't say anything. But I don't know why you just said the 4 laws of logic. I don't know what the 4 laws of logic are. And if you're trying to say that the laws of logic are in some way prescriptive, meaning they are some kind of like
I think I have the answer to that. Because earlier he said that the law of causation was an extension of the laws of one of the laws of logic. So he's now making it the 4th law, I think.
Well,
it's hard to.
Okay. Well, causation, yeah, I mean, causation is, I don't remember that being one of the laws of thought, but anyway. Normally, it's just about whether or not we're establishing what whatever A is, and we don't really, it's not really concerning ourselves with causation yet, but if it is what it is, then something is what it is. Determining cause, that comes later, I guess. But you're saying that there is no law of causality when it comes to God, because God's not caused. So God would be a violation of the law of causality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somehow he never responded to that.
You are.
Yeah, I don't think he really wants to dive into that. Earth is not one of the deeper thinkers I've ever met in my life.
Conflating 2 things. One, you're hearing me say that I don't believe things without evidence. You're hearing me say that is somehow tantamount to Hitchens' razor. It's not. The reason I said that I don't believe things that don't have evidence is not because evidence is my standard, but it's because my worldview is completely authenticated by literally everything in reality.
It's authenticated by reality, but it's presupposed and it's grounded in God, not in you. So, and the only way that you have so like, this is interesting. I would really like to ask him if he holds to autonomous reasoning, because like Darth Dawkins, he doesn't believe that we have autonomous reasoning at all. And he's a preceptor. I heard him and Smokey Saint like chew on each other like rabid dogs over that.
Everything in reality is proof for my worldview. So there is nothing in
that's post hoc.
That's a claim that
that's
does
the
not
evidence.
Have any evidence, so we can dismiss it according to your standards.
Yeah.
Earlier now, said,
because he's now just presenting
anything.
Yeah, he's now presenting that the world is the evidence that justifies his belief position, but there was no belief position. It's presupposed, which is grounded. Then what's it grounded in? It's grounded in the mind of God. So he's, again, there's that circularity. He's just gone all the way to evidence, and then if you push him on evidence, he goes right back to presupposing God.
Yeah.
He goes right back to a presupposition. So he doesn't have to establish how there's a causal link between what he sees and this God. He's just begging the question that the only way you can have these properties is because of this God.
In the Bible that is not evidentially corroborated. Now, I might not have the evidence, I might not even know the evidence, and I'm okay with that. But that doesn't change what my epistemic foundation is. Hitchens' razor, as you put it, is a pre-evidential, prior pre-commitment or presupposition or assumption that is actually self-refuting. Do you see that? Do you understand that?
No, I don't even think.
No.
I think if there's a God, he wouldn't understand that one, Joel. That makes absolutely no sense because it's predicated on the idea that if we have something, whatever somebody is making a claim for, they should have evidence to back up their claim. So it seems that you're basically saying that he needs evidence for saying a standard of evidence can just basically be reversed. If there is the standard of evidence that in order to, yeah, we've already talked about this. This is ridiculous. That's just absolutely fucking ridiculous.
No, because you got that wrong.
Go
You
ahead.
got it as wrong as the title of your show.
That's an ad hominem. Go ahead. Do you have an argument?
No. It's not an ad hominem. What's the title of your show?
Nope. Don't get sidetracked. Stay focused.
So in the scroller underneath your face right now, ask me anything.
uh,
I wasn't
God-
wrong.
God is the uncaused cause, as I said before. Then there is no law of causality. God is not restricted to the law of causality. So God is somehow, so the law of causality is relative. It's not universal. It's not absolute. It is relative only to God's creation. So it's arbitrary.
But the moment I ask a question, you interrupt my question.
And when I say arbitrary, I mean God is the arbiter of whatever goes on in that creation that he's come up with. He can make it whatever he wants it to be. Unless you want to say that the laws of because if you start making the argument, Earth, that the laws of logic are so absolute that God is even is basically defined by them, that's a wrong way to go.
And answer a question that
You've got all the
didn't
time
ask.
now. Go ahead.
Okay.
And I think, and here's the thing, yeah. So they're not universal, they're not absolute. So let's say I agree, I concede with you that there's the 4 laws of logic, and God is the thing that is necessary for the 4 laws of logic. Then the laws of logic are not absolute, they are not objective, they are subjective, right? Or they are dependent on God. They're not even contingent, they're dependent. Meaning because they reflect, like Joel would say, they reflect the mind of God. So they're just a part of God's mind. But
and
God,
anything that reflects the mind of God is, by definition, subjective.
yeah. Yep. So there's you're going to have some issues there. But again, you still have to give an example of the God. Again, you're Earth, you're doing the exact same thing Joel is doing. You're begging the question, and then you're going to end up getting into an epistemic circularity, which I grant that there are certain epistemic circularities when it comes to like our own sense perception when trying to justify our own sense perception, because it is our own subjective sense. It is our self, our perceived, we seem to be dealing in this reality. It becomes very problematic because if it's the case that I can look outside of myself, then it becomes really problematic, because if I want to see myself objectively, then I have to separate myself from myself to see that part objectively. But what makes me think that what I'm perceiving from my outside self to my real self doesn't also need to be observed objectively? And it goes on and it goes on and it goes on. So all you can really do is start with who you are, like Descartes, I think, therefore I am. You presuppose that you have senses because that's kind of what you're stuck with, and you go from there. You build upon that. And when somebody goes, do you know that your senses are reliable? No, I don't. I presuppose my senses are reliable. And they go, well, how do you know that? How do you do that? I mean, this doesn't make any sense. And then I go right back to showing you, you're doing it for me. I'm applying the same, I'm actually doing kind of the same thing that Joel is doing, but I'm doing it with myself because you're presupposing my self-awareness to read or hear or whatever and to see what it is that you're writing. Joel is applying that, but he's applying it to an outside thing. It's not just himself. He's applying that because he himself is who he is. Therefore, there's a God. What he perceives, what he experiences in reality must therefore come from God, even though that's all coming from himself.
The problem with this is that I'm losing my train of thought, and so I completely forgot the question that I was going to ask.
Okay.
So my question might let me start with a new question.
If you want to say faith like is in confidence, Earth, sure. And the confidence that I have in my senses is also, you are demonstrating that I can have confidence, at least in my sense of sight, because I'm reading your claims. I'm not taking them on blind faith, right? You're demonstrating, you're presupposing that I have sense perception by writing what you're writing. Yeah, I don't have a problem with faith if it's being defined as confidence, Earth. I'm not an anti-faith person. That just gets into a pedantic argument.
I am.
Yeah, if faith is being used as a way of appealing to things not seen, yeah, then I do too.
No, I'm an epistemist. I reject faith because it's the most dishonest position to take on any given point, and anything that requires faith in order to believe it should be dismissed.
Yeah, if it's defined as
reason.
like, yeah, if someone's using it the way Paul is, then yeah, I 100% am an epistemist. But if somebody just kind of says, well, it's synonymous with confidence, it's just another word for confidence, yeah, then I don't have any problem with it.
Yeah, but then it's not faith, then it's confidence.
It's just
and
confidence.
We should call it confidence.
Yeah, that's on them though. They can deal with that. I'm not getting into it with them. Fuck them. He has to actually presuppose that that he has confidence in the fact that his senses are working, and he's starting to see that he has confidence in my sense perception because keeps writing me shit, and then I'm reading it and responding to it. So, but whether or not there's the causal agent of all of that, of this particular phenomena or phenomenon, is a God, you need to show the causal link. Not just say that's caused by God, show how it comes about. Not why, how. How questions are sometimes a little bit, actually, it depends on the topic, really, right? Sometimes how questions are harder than why questions, and sometimes why questions are harder than how questions.
Okay, go
Aren't
ahead.
you a presuppositional apologist?
Yes,
Okay, so why do you need a Bible?
because that's the foundation of my worldview.
It isn't.
No, that's not the foundation. Well, it is and it isn't. That's kind of a catchy thing. It basically shows what the worldview is. So in a sense, he's right, but it isn't. The foundation for his worldview is God, because that's the grounding. Everything is grounded in the mind of God. The Bible is the revelation that God is doing that.
It
If
is.
you're a precept, it isn't.
It is.
No, because you start with the claim, the unsubstantiated claim that a God exists.
Which is what the Bible teaches. That's why I believe it.
But
Yeah, it's because it's self.
if you start with it, you can't go to the Bible, because if you start with it and go to the Bible, then you already have started with the Bible and not with the presupposition that a God exists.
That's the virtuous. That's another part of that virtuous circularity.
No, it's not. It's not a virtuous circularity. You can only start with one thing. So if you start with God, then you do not start with the Bible.
Yes, but then the Bible confirms what you started with, and so it keeps going round and round. And the Bible,
yes, but he specifically said that the Bible states that everyone knows God exists. Therefore, everyone knows God exists. Therefore, it's not a presupposition. It's something you get from the Bible. It's no longer a presupposition.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. You presuppose the veracity of the Christian worldview by saying that when Paul said everybody knows God, you presuppose that from the jump, and now Paul's confirming it. It's really bad.
Yes.
It's not. There's some Christians, like I said, there's evangelical Christians that do not even like to meddle in this. I did have a where was that one that I had? I had this start. Nope. I'm looking for something. I had something that lays out. Maybe it's that one. Nope, that's not that one. Maybe it's that one. I had a I had a list. I'm trying to find it real quick. I had a list of basically how precept starts. Let me just do this real quick. And we'll get back to this. Yes, Earth. I get that, but I'm not the one saying that I know the cause of it. You're saying that you do. Show it.
To the Bible, you already establish for yourself that a God exists, correct? Isn't that what precept is?
Temporally, but not logically.
You presuppose a God, and then you get to the Bible.
It's the God of the Bible that I'm presupposing. That is my fundamental presupposition.
So you're not a precept.
I am.
You need a Bible in order to establish your worldview.
That's what presuppositional apologetics is. It's starting with the Bible. I actually call it scripture first apologetics because it starts with the Bible.
No, that's a mistake.
No.
Yeah. It starts with the presupposition that is grounded in God and then goes from there. It does not. So the worldview, because the worldview is an ontological thing. Everyone has the same worldview. A worldview, if it's something that everyone starts with, everybody has innately in them, then it's not formulated by scripture. It's just simply instantiated by the mind of God within you. So that's, I think there's some tensions within presupposition. No, no, I already told you that, dude. Why do you keep asking me this shit? And you also have the presupposition that the truth of logic is universal and will work. No, I never talked to anything about logic. I never said it would work in every. What logic are you talking about that works in every case? What form of logic are you talking about? You have Aristotelian logic, you have intuitionistic logic, you have paraconsistent logic, you have fuzzy logic. Which kind of logic are you referring to?
Boolean logic.
Just in logic? I already the three basic laws are not all logic, dude. Why do you guys see that's your problem. You only focus on the three, or now you're saying four because of causality, which is interesting because you refuse to show a causal link between God and the three laws of logic, or even myself or anyone else, right? You can assert causality all you want, but normally causality is linked. You demonstrate a causal link that A or that B is necessarily comes from A or whatever. You go from there. You're not even doing that. The laws of logic are not the only kinds of logic that are out there, or those laws of thought. Guys you evangelicals beat that fucking drum, and it's a fucking lost cause. It's so fucking retarded. And I already told you where the laws of logic, and my position is that the laws of logic are predicated on our observations. They're actually predicated on reality and the way that we seem to observe reality. And then they're kind of ways to help us reason about reality. So I don't even hold them as being properties or being things that are innate in the universe in any way, shape, or fucking form. They're abstracta. The same as the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth are. The sounds are concrete. The sounds are tangible, but the way I form those sounds into the labels that they make, that's all abstracta. That goes away when if all human minds go away. I kind of hold to the idea that if all human minds are gone, abstracta goes with them. Because I'm not a Platonist. The foundation of self-evident truth, God. Core premise. The starting point of presuppositional apologetics is the belief that God's existence is self-evident. This means that everyone already knows God exists. Whether or not they consciously acknowledge it, the very act of reasoning or knowledge requires a foundation that can only be adequately explained by the existence of the Christian God. Romans 1:19 through 21. This idea is supported by the Bible, particularly Romans 1, where Paul writes that God's invisible attributes are clearly seen in creation and that humanity knows God but suppresses the truth in unrighteousness. 2. The presupposition of the Christian worldview. Presuppositions. Presuppositional apologetics begin with the assumption that the Christian worldview is true. Unlike other apologetic methods, which might try to prove God's existence through evidence, evidentialism, presuppositionalism does not seek to demonstrate the truth of Christianity by providing external evidence. It starts by presupposing the truth of the Christian worldview. It doesn't believe it's to be true. It's somehow grounding its veracity. Worldview framework. In this view, everything in the universe, moral laws, logic, and reason ultimately presupposes the existence of God. Without God, presuppositionalists argue, we cannot make sense of things like logic, ethics, or even the possibility of knowledge. Actually, that's a stupid thing to say, because if they hold to the idea that God is that which instantiates and sustains all of reality, everything basically goes poof. If there is no God, then there is absolutely nothing. The challenge to the non-Christian worldview, arguing against neutrality. Presuppositional apologetics argues that there is no such thing as a neutral position. Non-Christians, atheists, agnostics, etc., are viewed as suppressing the truth about God. Presuppositionalists believe that every attempt to reason without God leads to contradictions. But those contradictions are predicated on the Christian worldview, which is necessary for those contradictions to be made. It's all fun and games. Internal critique. A key component of presuppositional apologetics is the internal critique of the non-Christian worldview, which does not actually exist. The apologist argues that non-Christian worldviews, when consistently applied, fail to provide the necessary preconditions for logic, morality, or even rational thought. So when they say necessary preconditions, they're talking about the very fundamental things that make up logic, morality, and rational thought. Example, a common argument is that in a secular or naturalistic worldview, logic and morality are merely the products of evolution and social conditioning, and therefore have no objective foundation. This leads to contradictions, and it's difficult to justify the reliability of reason of moral truths if they are merely the products of mindless materialistic processes. The transcendental argument for God's existence. Tag. What is tag? The transcendental argument is central to presuppositional apologetics. It argues that the Christian worldview is the necessary precondition for intelligibility. In other words, the very act of thinking, reasoning, or observing the world requires that God exists to make sense of these things. So you are not getting the Christian worldview from the Bible and then, oh, now I can rationally learn. Now I can think intelligibly and all this kind of shit. No. It's saying it's an ontological thing. It's in everybody. Example of tag. The apologist might say, in order for you to have the ability to reason, to talk about knowledge, logic, and science, you must presuppose that God exists. Without God, those things have no grounding. The logic is that of non-Christian worldview cannot account for the very tools of reason. This is self-refuting and logically incoherent. The argument, and then it goes from the argument from the possibility of the contrary, refutation of non-Christian worldviews, pointing to the consistency of the Christian worldview. Conclusion, the appeal to faith. And that's kind of it in a nutshell without going any deeper. I've been going into this damn thing for the past several weeks now. And I'm hoping that my brother will actually mail me those books that he has from Van Til and Bonson. But this shit is fucking wacky. It's like Inception on acid. I want it to be true. Therefore, they came up with then they came up with an apologetic to try to force it to be true. I'm going to make God a brute fact. Have fun. And not just any God as a brute fact, the God of the Bible, the God Yahweh as the brute fact. Even though the Bible doesn't say there are no other gods, there's only one God that necessarily exists. So that's problematic. And then they go, oh yeah, but there's metaphysical, but what about that whole metaphysical grounding thing? Like I said, I can use Moloch as a metaphysical grounding. I can use Chemosh as a metaphysical grounding. I can use universe farting pixies as a fucking grounding. Not every. The problem with that is, have fun. You can talk to some Christians, they don't believe reality is objective. Saying you're holding to realism if you're saying that reality is an objective thing. Reality, and the thing is that if reality is instantiated and sustained by God, then no, reality is not objective. It is purely dependent on God. God had to start it, and he has to keep it running. If God takes his thumb off the fucking wheel, basically it just goes into the skids. Even Frank Turek talked about that. He actually said that to Danny from Phil Talk. Basically was implying that, like Danny asked him a question. Yeah, if God takes his thumb off the switch, then it just it'll just basically reality that all of reality, that the nature of reality will just basically descend into chaos without God. Yeah, I can assert that Moloch is all-knowing. I can just say I presuppose Moloch is all-knowing. How do you not know how precept works, Earth? I presuppose that Moloch is all-knowing. He's a brute fact, and I just define Moloch as being all-knowing. There's nothing logically contradictory there. He is that which instantiates and sustains all reality. Have fun differentiating him from fucking Yahweh.
Logically speaking, it starts with the Bible.
And
It
you
does not
should
start with some
invite
sort of
people like that on
Cartesian
your channel.
cogito ergo.
What's that?
I said you should invite people like that on your channel. That would be so entertaining.
What? Like
To
Earth?
see you have a conversation. Yes.
Oh, I don't like to. It gets my blood pressure up too high.
Well,
Assume,
I mean,
think,
it's
therefore I am.
no different than talking to them in chat. I mean, what's the difference?
To me, there is a difference. I don't know why. Maybe,
Okay.
maybe I have a little borderline autism. I don't know. Maybe I'm on the spectrum somewhere.
Everyone's on the spectrum.
Yeah, I used to.
I did
I've
a show a couple of days ago. Sex is a spectrum, so everyone's on the spectrum.
Then you are just affirming the true God when you make. No, I'm presupposing it, dude. Earth. I'm presupposing Moloch is the grounding of all reality. What the fuck are you not getting about that? The fact that I am seeing reality right now affirms Moloch's existence. I have senses and reason, therefore Moloch exists. I have knowledge, therefore Moloch exists. Knowledge, therefore God, therefore or Moloch, therefore knowledge. If here, let me give you a syllogism. If there is knowledge, there must be Moloch. There is knowledge, therefore there must be Moloch for knowledge. Same valid argument for Yahweh. Have fun. But
It does
didn't
not
have
start.
a
It does not
Bible-
start with fiat declarations about logic, morality, and science.
Right.
It starts with the Bible. Logically speaking, it starts with the Bible.
Right.
Does that mean that epistemology?
no. What did I just read? Does not start no.
No.
Epistemically, it does not start with the Bible. The starting point of presuppositional apologetics is the belief that God's existence is self-evident.
Yes. You don't need a Bible to tell you.
That is an epistemic position from the jump. You do not need the Bible. The Bible confirms it.
Yep.
Logically, like temporally, the first thing that I learned in my life was the presuppositional defense of the Bible, or even what the
No, that is not what you fucking told the other guy. That is not what you told the other guy just a fucking a live stream or so after this one, dude. You told him you knew God from the day you were born.
Yeah.
Now you're talking about some kind of like what I know from what I was taught, like a prior or some.
And I don't know. I don't know if we had this in this conversation or if he said it before I joined. But he said he grew up in a Christian household and he was taught about God.
Yeah, I don't think
So-
you guys have got there yet. And then he basically goes, yeah, but you did the same thing with atheism, and ignores the fact, like the important distinction that I made was that you never said I'd like, here's the thing, dude.
No one teaches atheism.
No, exactly.
You
but he
can't
thinks-
teach something if the proposition that you do not believe has not been made.
Yeah, but it has to do this. He has to make it. In order for precept to work, it has to be a worldview. In order for him to make it like what Dark
Yes.
calls a worldview body double to break down, because it's a foundational thing. If you're starting from God, from no God, and then building up from there, oh my God, how do you even do that? And it's like, Well, see, the thing is you're not really doing that. You say that you're doing it, but in reality, you're actually doing it the same way that I'm doing it, which is basically presupposing God's existence. God is self-evident. You're just denying it. And then you don't want to go to the Bible or appeal to the Bible for some kind of way of confirming how this all basically can play out, or how you can actually really, no longer have to just sit there and just say, well, God is self-evident. Well, the thing is if it's truly self-evident, you don't have to justify it. I don't think you truly have to justify it, and you don't really even have to demonstrate it. It just is. It's just a self-evident thing. It's an assertion. But how do we get to things that are self-evident? That's a whole other philosophical quandary.
The Bible teaches about every issue? No, of course not. The
at
question
what
is not
age
what
did
is
you seek out the
temporally
Bible?
prior. The question is what is logically foundational, and that is the Bible.
Yeah.
What's
At
logically
what age-
foundational in your worldview?
at what
Oh my God. Earth? I don't know. I presuppose. Moloch is self-evident. Look at the world around you. It doesn't matter what the Bible says about Moloch is wrong. Everyone knows Moloch is self-evident. What the Bible says about Moloch is wrong. It is a heresy. Prove me wrong. If you can't prove me wrong, then it's true Moloch is the one true God. It's not impossible. I just fucking did it. And I'm using the same standard as precept. I am using presuppositional apologetics for Moloch in place of Yahweh. How do you not fucking see that? I can make anything my metaphysical grounding. Anything. If it's a deity, I could come up with a deity, and as long as there's no logical contradictions in the formation of the concept of that deity, then it's not there's no impossibility to the contrary, so it must be true. Because for some weird fucking reason, these guys seem to think that if something can be logically the case, logically possible, then it must be physically possible, or in some kind of weird sense, metaphysically possible. Whereas we can use concepts to identify the thing in and of itself, and it exists in some actual way.
what age did you seek out the Bible?
I've been taught the Bible from a young age. When you
So-
think about your own epistemic grounding,
So you didn't get to the Bible by yourself.
no, I did not.
Okay. So your
No, I had
your
parents
whole
and Sunday school
presupposition thing is
Yes, and that starts the confirmation. That's where the confirmation bias for the thing that is self-evident, that they assert is self-evident, starts coming in.
Mhm.
The problem is it's not always a good one,
It isn't falling
because it's
apart right now because
Not
now
in any
you
way,
need
shape,
help.
or form.
Now you need outside help, and you need people to teach you the Bible.
As a
Why would
2-year-old,
anyone-
yes. As a 2-year-old,
Why
yes,
would-
I needed help to
why
read the
would
Bible. Yes.
anyone-
why would anybody read you the Bible at 2?
Yeah. Why would anyone need to teach you the
He
Bible?
must have been a early developer or something like that, because I 2 years old, I don't remember. At 2 years old, I don't remember any Bible lessons at 2. I remember them, at maybe 4 or 5, but not at 2.
If it's the word of the all power,
But it might be true. Maybe my parents did read the Bible to us at 2 years old. But I mean, I remember going to church at a very young age. I don't remember how old. Might have been 3 or 4. And all I remember from that is really bright fluorescent lights and people hooping and hollering and running across folding chairs and saying, "Praise Jesus." It was a non-denominational church. Those guys, I'm surprised they weren't fucking. I'm surprised they didn't have snake handlers and shit. It was fucking insane.
powerful, all-knowing God. Wouldn't he know how to convey his words to you?
Because I remember later on, and because I remember asking my mom, I'm like, I just remember this really vivid memory of being in this big open space, because the church was actually they were renting out an old warehouse, and in this really big conference room, and there was these bright fluorescent lights, and they didn't have pews or anything. They had a band, and they had just all metal folding chairs. And I just remember like people just listening to music and screaming and yabbering on and like tongues and shit like that, just blah 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 blah. And this one woman who was just like running up and down steel chairs. I think one time she actually tripped and fell off the chairs, still stood up, said, "Praise Jesus." And I remember asking Mom, I was like, did something like that actually, like, was that actually taking place? Mom goes, oh yeah, Basic was, she's like, Basic stood for brothers and sisters in Christ. And she goes, oh yeah, when we first started going there, she goes, oh, it could get really wild. Those people would just go crazy. And then after a while, it kind of started settling down.
Even at any age,
Yes.
Is your God
Yes.
so inept that he can't do that? That he needs other people to explain
All right, you need
the
to
Bible
stop.
to you?
No, we don't accept blasphemy on this channel. Are you
Okay,
saying that hold on? Are you saying that I, as a 2-year-old, was not justified in listening to my Sunday school teacher and my mom and dad?
No, I don't have to affirm the Bible is not the Bible is not necessary for presupposition to work.
No.
It's the self-evidence of it is presupposing the self-evidence of the deity. Earth. You really do not listen, do you? I think you're hearing, but you're not listening. I just read that. It's my metaphysical grounding. I can dismiss all the claims in the Bible and say, well, the claims that it makes about Moloch is a real god. And here's the thing, even the Israelites believed that Moloch and Chemosh were real gods. But what they say about him is wrong because they had a bias against him because they needed to. They needed to say Moloch was not a good god because they believed in a false god. Their god was actually made up. And all the stories about them getting out of Egypt and that God delivering them, no, not true. Moloch is the one true God.
Teaching me the Bible? Is that what you're trying to say? This is your argument?
Well, this is the argument that you've used against me because I wasn't taught the Bible. No one presented the Bible to me.
I have
And
just
you
now.
said that
You didn't have to present, dude, really? He must be tired. You didn't have to present the Bible to him. You have to keep asserting that he knows.
Yeah.
That God is self-evident, and then explain why God is self-evident. And that becomes circular.
That is not a good reason to not know anything about the Bible, to not know anything about God, because
That's correct.
apparently I should have known God before
do
I
know
even
God.
read the Bible.
You
I
do.
don't know
See,
God.
now he's doing it. But he's like, well, I'm telling you, you do know God. And that's the thing. That's the gaslighting. The problem is that if he's saying that you do know, then he should be able to say, you need to demonstrate God. But then when you say, how do I demonstrate God? Then he'll just say, you're doing it right now. Because you're making claims. You're able to talk to me. You're able to think. So that's the demonstration of the Christian God. Your very existence, your cognitive faculties, everything is evidence of God.
I don't know God, so don't pretend that you can read my mind because you
I
can
don't.
fail.
I
And
don't.
we can test.
No,
and we
that's
can
not
test
the
this.
argument. That's not the argument. I don't claim that I can know your mind.
I
Peter,
don't need the evidence. The standard of evidence. What standard of evidence are you basing that on? Because my standard of evidence is presupposed in the mind of Moloch, who revealed to me that that's wrong. Doesn't matter what the Bible says. That's an outside source. You know that Moloch exists. Stop denying Moloch in your unrighteousness.
Peter,
No.
Look,
No,
the
you
Bible
believe
is my
a
foundation. The
sentence in a
Bible, hold on a
book
second.
for which
You just
there is
spoke,
no
now it's my turn
evidence?
to
That's-
respond. You just spoke,
Okay,
now it's my
go
turn to
ahead.
respond. And listen, we're actually out of time. So I'm going to tell you this.
See?
The Bible says that you suppress the truth in
Now we're out
unrighteousness.
of
Now, you've
time.
come to me talking about logical foundations. You've come to me talking about epistemic justification. You know, it's not right of me to have listened to my Sunday school teachers. I never said that I'm a Christian today because of my Sunday school teacher. You asked how I came to the
didn't
Bible.
say any
I
of
told
those.
you
I
how I
never
came to the
mentioned your
Bible. I
Sunday
came
school
to the Bible.
teachers.
He's you're interrupting him, and he's inferring from what you were saying that this is what follows, instead of asking you.
Yeah.
Which, in my opinion, there could have been a little bit more clarification in this conversation. I think there was a lot of more talking past each other than actually talking with each other.
Yeah,
And
that
I think a lot of that might have to do with him. I think he needs to, like, at the end of this, when he gives you the final word, you can see that he's hearing you. He's not listening to you.
Yeah. He's just waiting for his time to talk.
But
That's what these people do.
But he's actually not that bad. Well, no, because, which is weird, because he shouldn't have to talk too much. The trick is to get you going. The trick is to get you on that Socratic path. And this should have been a lot shorter. He should have been able to get you into this more of the Socratic method and get you into that what they call that presuppositional Socratic script, where now it becomes about your worldview, and then showing how your worldview necessarily denies the existence of God, and then how you can't justify senses and reason, and how blah 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 blah. He didn't ever even get you into that script.
No.
So that's problematic. Instead, he started. I mean, he was asking you questions, but it should be shorter. This shouldn't have been this difficult.
It should be completely different, because the show's title was Ask Me Questions. He shouldn't have been asking me any questions, because the title of his show was Come In and Ask Me Questions. The title of the show, actually, I think, is Ask Me Anything. You can see it. Ask Me Anything. It's on screen.
Which you did, but
I didn't get a chance to.
Well, you asked him some things, but it is his show.
I asked him some things, but what he would do is he would respond with questions. It's not about questions for me. It's about questions for you. If your answer require answers of questions you can pose to me, then your answers are invalid, because they shouldn't be dependent on what I think or how I think or.
Yeah, he should be. You're right. Yeah, because honest.
Can I make a joke? If he needs my answers, he's borrowing from my worldview in order to make his points.
No, that's not a bad point. But you're right. If he's saying ask me anything, that's kind of a trap, because eventually, if you ask him, he's going to turn it around about him asking you a whole bunch of questions in order to render your quote unquote pseudo worldview into absurdity.
Mm-hmm.
That's what precept is all about. It's about turning it on its head. It's about switching. In a way, you're switching the burden. You're shifting the burden.
Yes. And he shouldn't need that.
Jay Pasek, and what is your evidence that what the Bible says about Moloch is false and you are correct? I don't need evidence. I told you I presuppose Moloch. Moloch is self-evident. By asking questions about Moloch, you are actually demonstrating Moloch's existence. That's how you can have rational thought and make rational inquiry.
Originally, temporally speaking, chronologically, through my Sunday school teacher and my parents. There's nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly consistent with the biblical worldview. God uses means. God doesn't directly reveal all 66 books of the Bible to us. That's why he gave us the book. The Bible is the most thoroughly documented, most scrutinized, most time-tested book in the world. 66 different books written over 1,500 years by 40.
Only in the Protestant one. There's 81 in some and 70 some either way. Okay.
Different authors in 3 different languages with one consistent message. Your problem is not that you were raised atheist.
No. Which message is consistent? That's so that was interesting. That was appealing to univocality. So that's not scholarly responsible.
Our problem is that you are suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. Now, I don't want that for you. I want you to repent of your sins
Why
and
do you
trust in
think
the
you
Lord
can
Jesus
read my
Christ and
mind?
come to be reconciled to the God that you know is there, that you are actively, not even just tacitly anymore. Now you are actively suppressing the truth of God that you know and I know. You tried to use
That's when you can say the only way I'm sinning is if your God is sustaining my sin.
The
God, is
only
that
way
what?
he can be happy is to pretend that he knows what goes on in my mind. That's the whole problem here.
Yeah, there's a lot of mind reading here. Yeah, there's yes.
Yes.
But that's essentially what they're appealing to, because for some reason they appeal to this claim by Paul as though it's absolutely true when Paul is essentially implying that he knows what other people know.
Mm-hmm.
He knows what they know, but he doesn't demonstrate that he knows how they know. He just says, well, everybody knows this because of things that God reveals in his creation. So God isn't even Paul's not saying that God is self-evident. Paul is saying that God is inferred from his creation. That's not self-evidence. That's an inference.
Mm-hmm.
So that right there lies a little bit of a problem too.
Hitchens razor, which is an unsubstantiated pre-evidential claim. You tried to shame me for listening to my Sunday school teachers. Peter, it should be very
That's not
I
shaming.
never even mentioned his Sunday school teachers. I don't know where he got that idea.
Yeah, it's just the
But
fact that you brought up being brought. I think it's just because you said you were brought up in Christianity, so he thought that you were basically saying, well, of course that you would just go with Christianity. It's how you were raised. But I think you were basically trying to show that in contrast, like you said, if you were in a Muslim country, you would probably believe in Islam, right? So it's
yeah.
right, and I don't think you were saying there's anything wrong with that. It's just kind of one of those cultural norms that kind of happens, especially if your parents are believers and they start you out young. It's very easy to indoctrinate children into religions. It's best to get them indoctrinated young. Those kind of
Yes.
ideas get cemented into their neural pathways at a very early age. It's very hard to break. Trust me. I fucking know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know too. And I know that there are some that people can't break. I when I started my Twitter account, I talked with a guy from Australia who then was, I think, in his
Coming to that.
late 60s, and he was still afraid of hell after being an atheist for over 30 years.
Yeah.
And he said, that's the only thing I cannot shake. That
Yep.
was
I had
grounded into me as a kid.
Yep. I know what he's talking about. When I deconstructed, I still had that fear too.
Yeah.
It was
So,
I don't know if it was as hard for me to shake as him, but basically what helped me kind of get away with it or get away from it is if there is a hell and God is that which creates all things, then God created hell.
mhm.
So
and
even if I got
and
sent
then
to hell, I'm only being sent to another part of God's creation.
and then there's the part where it becomes being a Christian becomes part of your identity. And the moment you lose Christianity, you have no clue what your actual identity is.
No.
So you have to rediscover who you are. I've met people like that too.
Earth, I didn't get Moloch's name from the Bible. The Bible confirms the name of the God that I presuppose to be the case.
Yeah.
You're not listening. The name Moloch is confirmed. The fact that the Bible speaks of Moloch speaks of the one true God being in existence. However, it has a bias against the one true God with its false God that is Yahweh.
I think my tiny parrot is getting a little bit fed up with the whole precept thing.
I think so too.
He's going nuts. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know how you're not getting this, Earth. This is literally the problem with presuppositionalism, because I mean, have you ever who is it that it's Jim Bob on Discord. He does these things on YouTube. He has a atheist presuppositional argument. You presuppose the nature of our atheist worldview But anyway, I'm almost talked out. I don't think I really need to go into this because any more than this because he's checked out. He's done. So
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah,
I need to go on.
all he does now is just preach.
Yep. And
And
then he
I
lists.
don't think he gives me a chance to speak anymore. I'm not entirely sure.
Oh no, he gives you 30 seconds. Then you go longer than that, and he goes, "Time's up. Bye." Click.
Yeah.
And then I think later on you wrote something in the live chat, and then he addressed it, but it's not substantive in any way. In fact, pretty much all of this wasn't really substantive, except for the fact that it kind of. I'm hoping that I'm showing other people. I mean, by all means, if you want to engage in the precept argument, expect me to be there. If you're a non-believer and you have a conversation with Joel or any other presuppositional evangelical out there, if I see what you're talking about, I will. If it tickles my fancy, I may review it and criticize. And I won't just criticize the presuppositionals. I'll even criticize your end of the stick, right? So I don't have a problem with it, and it won't be, oh, look at how stupid that is. But I do want to basically tell everybody that with a lot of these guys, non-believers, your skepticism is just feeds their inception. In my opinion, this is pure affirming inception or confirming inception. Joel was basically he's kind of like he's me if I didn't come out of it. But the thing is that I didn't argue from the presuppositional position when I was a Christian. I argued from an evidentialist and a faith position when I was a Christian. Precept, when I heard it, when I was still a Christian, was absolutely abhorrent to me as a Christian. I could not believe this bullshit because it didn't become about faith, didn't become about having faith that God exists. It became about you knowing God to exist, but you couldn't demonstrate God's existence, but the faith was the confidence that God is going to do things for you, maybe. So faith was just basically being utilized as not as an essential component to your relationship with God. It is, but it was essential to even beginning the relationship with God. The faith in the existence of him because he's not seen. You have to feel him, and you have to have faith in that feeling in yourself that is God, that is the Holy Spirit moving within you. It's a very subjective experience that goes outward. That was my position as a Christian. These guys are saying, "Oh, God is outward. You know it already. The trick is just to have faith in it." Just to have confidence that he is going to save you and that if you repent, if you repent, he will save you and he will be there for you. That's what faith got turned into. Faith got reduced to nothing more than just saying, yeah, I think God will do that for me. But the mystery, the uniqueness, the exclusivity of the relationship disappeared. The fact that I was revealed something in myself that became what I knew about God and through the scripture now was just reduced to everybody knows it. Really? I thought it was special. No, nothing special at all. Everybody knows it. Really, everybody knows it. So it's not special. Well, it is. It doesn't sound like it. Just sounds like it is what it is. Yeah. But what's really special is when you start having confidence in that God and you stop rebelling against that God. What the fuck? And here's the thing. I don't need to be for God. And here's the other problem is that these guys have a very binary way of thinking, at least in my opinion, that if you're not with God, then you're against God. And there's a verse in the Bible where Jesus says, anybody who's not with me is against me. This is a completely infantile fucking position to have because you can be indifferent. And in my position, based on what I have read in the Bible, and what I still remember and what I every once in a while go back and read, if the God that is being presented, this Yahweh God, is actually real, I wouldn't worship it. I would be completely indifferent to it. I would be like, cool, it's there. I'll let it do what it's going to do. But here's the thing. I've prayed to it for years. It never did anything for me. As far as I know, it never did anything for me. And then somebody go, well, you just didn't believe hard enough. No, to me, that's more indicative of it. It either, if it does exist, it doesn't care about me. And so I really don't give a shit. I'm not wasting my time worshiping it. I'm pretending that it made me so bad that I need to feel sorry for myself, and I need to be sorry for it for the way it made me. That's even more retarded. And there is no better word to use than that word, retarded. It is appropriate in this case. That God that's depicted there in the Bible is a fucking jackass. He's a fucking retard. He's fickle, and he's a fucking just an attention-seeking whore. If you don't give him attention, he'll get mad at you, and he'll curse your family for 3 generations. It actually says that in the Old Testament. He's a cunt. So yeah, if it's real, no, I think I'll just stay the fuck away from it. Well, how do you stay away from it? I'm just not going to worry about it. Getting into the theology of it, I mean, the whole presuppositional thing is one thing. Once you start diving into the concept of that entity, it gets problematic quick. I mean, just try and have that conversation with Earth over here, where he thinks that for some weird reason, God can sustain everything, and yet for some weird reason, free will still can come about. Like somehow or another, God is necessary, everything is dependent upon God, but there can still be these contingencies. These things that can and can't happen. Okay. Neat trick.
I love it that
I'm not
he
kidding.
needs.
I'm not kidding about Moloch. It's not kidding. I'm literally using presuppositionalism as a way of establishing the veracity of Moloch. It's not kidding. I am using presuppositionalism to establish the veracity of Moloch. The same thing that Joel is doing. The same thing that every presuppositionalist is doing. I'm not fucking kidding. I can do the same thing with Thor. I can use Zeus. I can use universe farting pixies. It's the same reasoning. It differentiates nothing. Michael Fredgren. Oh, I haven't seen Michael around in a while. Joel couldn't handle my not God defense. He couldn't use his impossibility of the contrary defense. Michael, were you on there at one time? Or were you just in the live chat? Or in maybe the comments? Did you actually go on a show? No, I don't believe in Moloch, you dipshit. You fucking dipshit. I just said I'm not kidding about the way that precept works to establish the veracity of anything. Jesus Christ, you have a problem with fucking rhetoric.
Or with listening in particular.
It's not kidding if I'm using something like Moloch to demonstrate the veracity of Moloch, the same way that he's demonstrating the veracity. All I have to do is just bald-face assert that something is self-evident, and then say, well, you want to know how it's self-evident? We're talking to each other right now. Do you see the world? Yep. That verifies it right there. That's all you need.
Mm-hmm.
If you agree with Precept, Moloch, or with Earth, then you have to agree with what I said about Moloch. I'm not kidding. If you think Precept is a way to truth, then what I just did with Moloch demonstrates the veracity of Moloch.
Yeah, Yeah, they don't like if you use
They
their
don't like
methods
they
against
don't
them.
yeah, they don't like substitutes. That's the problem.
Yeah.
There's a problem with the differentiation there. It is begging the question, it is holding hard in it, and then just saying, well, you can't account for this. You can't account for laws of logic. You can't account for this. It doesn't matter if I can account for it or not. Like I said at the beginning of this fucking conversation, a person's worldview could be loaded with fucking all sorts of logical contradictions. And their worldview, being the Christian worldview, can be there's no logical contradictions that they hold to in any way, shape, or form. Everything in there is logically valid. But guess what? Logical validity does not mean that what they're holding to is true. It doesn't mean that it's actual. John Fabiano, this Joel guy is annoying. Thank you for going into the fire, Peter.
Yeah. So, there. Trust me, it was my pleasure entirely. I wish he hadn't kicked me. Because the reason he kicked me is because I started to corner him. And he couldn't have that. And he couldn't have the few people that were watching him. According to him, there was over 100 people watching. Well, not on YouTube, there wasn't. But
no, do you agree that there can only be one true? Let me put it to you this way. Logically speaking, there does not have to be one true God.
No. I presuppose that gods cannot exist. So, therefore, gods don't exist.
Do not exist. But here's the thing. So let's get into that. It does not have to be only one true God. There is nothing logically contradictory about more than one all-powerful being.
Yeah.
And the thing about Christianity, especially Trinitarians, they hold that the entity that is God is triune persons as one entity. So it's like a three-person corporation kind of thing.
Yes.
It's
and
not
it should be four. It should be four. Why should there be four? Jay, answer me that.
I don't know.
So, what was Jesus?
God and man?
Do you know?
Are you talking about
he was fully God and he was fully man.
Oh, the hypostatic. Yeah, you're talking about the hypostatic union.
Yeah, okay. So in the Trinity, where is the fully man Jesus?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the sacrificial part. That's just the part that needed to be created in order to be the sacrificial part.
Okay, so where did it go?
Well, it was resurrected for a short time and then he ascended into heaven.
Yeah, but where did the 100% man go? So the 100%, the fully God part went up into heaven, but where did the fully man part go?
I don't know. Don't know. I like that question too. How many all-knowing beings you think can exist? As many as there can possibly be that are not logically contradictory.
Yeah.
There's nothing logically contradictory about having 1,000 all-knowing beings. You just have 1,000 beings that are all-knowing.
Yes.
Or 1,000,000 all-knowing beings. Right?
6 billion.
You don't have, I mean, isn't it, don't you kind of hold Earth that when we go to heaven, we're going to have the same knowledge of God, the same knowledge as God? Right? Do the beings that are in heaven right now, or are you, unless you're one of those Christians that kind of holds to soul sleep, but I know that there's a lot of Christians that hold to the idea that when we die, we go to heaven, and then we get God's knowledge. We become all-knowing beings. So how many all-knowing beings can there be? If every human being that believes in Jesus Christ and dies and goes to heaven knows everything that God knows, then they become an all-knowing being. Ta-da! You guys really don't think this shit through. I think a lot of it is a failure of using imagination, which I think it was either Descartes or Kant loved. Yeah, I would like to know what sound methodology Moses used to determine that he was actually talking to Yahweh. Oh, it wasn't until Yahweh came into a bar and tried to kill him, and then it was spared because of a foreskin on God's foot. John Fabio, I
You
100% guarantee Earth is fighting serious doubt. John Fabiano said that. Oh, all right. I'm gonna stop sharing. Go for a few more minutes, and then I'm gonna
okay?
fucking end this. I got some arguments, but I think I'm gonna bring some people in for an offline chat on that.
You know what? This entire thing has aged me.
Yeah. Oh,
No,
you,
literally, literally. You know when I joined? How long ago was that when I joined?
Earth, I
Oh,
asked you a question. I have no problem with it whatsoever. But I asked you a question. So you're asking if 1,000 all-knowing beings exist and they are all the same, and they're all the same since they all know all things the same way, how would you know there are 1,000 beings if they are all the same and nothing differentiates them? Once I become an all-knowing being, then I will know how to differentiate them. I asked you a question. Do you believe that when we die and we go to heaven, because I think you believe in that, unless you hold us some kind of soul sleep, do you believe that our spirit, when we get to heaven, we become all knowing? We know everything God knows. Yes or no? If you believe that if we become all knowing entities because we know everything that God knows, then as many beings as there are in heaven right now are all
they
knowing
don't have to
beings.
be. They don't have to be the same in order to be all
All
knowing. They
knowing,
can be
exactly.
completely different and
Yeah, you can
still
have
be all knowing.
Yeah, you can have, yeah, it doesn't necessarily follow that because something is all-knowing, only one thing can have an identity that of being all-knowing.
If two Christians know that a God exists, are they the same?
I didn't ask you if we would ever be like, well, wait a minute.
Having
Aren't
the
we,
knowledge,
wait a
having
minute,
the
wait a
knowledge of
minute.
God doesn't make you God, because God
Whoa,
is
whoa,
not
whoa.
the only
What?
qualification of God is not
No,
knowledge.
he just committed a heresy. The point of us of following Jesus is to become like Christ.
Yes.
That is the reason why we follow Christ, is to become perfect in Christ. When we go to heaven, when we are made new again, we are made new through Christ. We become as Christ. If Christ is God, we become as God. You just committed a heresy, Earth. The point of us being Christians, according to this belief, is to become like God.
Like God.
To be perfect, to be holy and righteous. Christ is not Christ God? Are you going to say that being like Christ is not being like God?
Is Christ not God? Someone is going to
It
hell.
doesn't. Why not? Oh, wait. So I will actually be a singular entity. I will never be a triune entity. So singular entities are not as good as triune entities, but for some reason we can't have 1,000 all-knowing beings. What if God was what if God was just a 1,000 being God? Is that logically contradictory? I mean, what's the rule that says that a triune God can only be triune? Can't you just have a God that's made up of 1,000 entities and it's one God? Why is there a limit of three? Who put the limit on three?
And if there's only one God, why does he have to be triune?
Well, that's the thing. Most scholars, when they read the Bible, there is nothing that says that the God of the Bible is a Trinity. It's inferred, and then and then somehow or another, like it's
No,
post-biblical. But there's no.
it. I think it was made up by the Catholic Church in order to get away from uh, the first commandment. You shall not have any other gods before me. And then Jesus said, you can only come to the Father through me, putting himself before God, which was heresy. In
What
order to
revelation?
get rid of that heresy, they invented the Trinity.
So it's an arbitrary limit just put on by God. But what's the problem with having multiple all-knowing beings that are just not triune? Where does it come from that the only way that an entity can be all-knowing has to be triune?
Yeah.
I'm not. Nothing in the Bible actually explicitly states that God is a triune entity. And Unitarians are Christians and do not hold to the Trinity in any way. That's another one of those Christian worldview things that people can explore with someone like Joel, and it becomes an interesting problem.
Yeah.
Just like soteriology, OSAS versus conditional, all that kind of stuff. Rapture, Christology.
The word worldview carries the connotation that a mere opinion can and does have an effect on reality. If you wish to pretend you have a very low intellect, then please continue to use the word worldview as if it's relevant. Meanwhile, rational people like us will have to exercise use of the word.
Because you would be all-knowing. I already answered it. Once you became all-knowing, you would automatically know how to differentiate it. Because being the trait of all-knowing, you're basically trying to say that the only way that something can be all-knowing would be intrinsically tied to its identity. Whereas it's not logically contradictory to have multiple different identities, like multiple different
If you're
beings
all-knowing, you would know that you have a separate identity apart from all the other all-knowing people who would also have their own separate identity.
Yeah.
Because you would know that because you're all-knowing.
Yeah.
There's no problem with having billions of all-knowing entities.
Yeah, that's a logical. Yeah, it's not logically contradictory. It seems that you're trying to establish some kind of metaphysical impossibility. Like if there's this actual being, then there's these things about these beings, the way they're being described, that would make being all-knowing impossible. But you're not doing it very well, because for some reason you seem to be tying all-knowing to identity, which it doesn't have to be. And like I said, I'm talking about logical possibility, and logically having 1,000 all-knowing beings is not logically impossible.
He's tying all-knowing to being a god. That is not the definition, at least not the definition of your God, because he's a lot more than just all-knowing. So if there are billions of others who are all-knowing, they are still not God.
Yeah, it
because
could be.
They need a few more characteristics.
Well, Earth thinks that if a person knows everything, then they know how to be all-powerful. So if they know how to be,
you can know how to be all powerful and yet not make yourself all powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Because those are different things.
Who says that we're a finite being?
Yeah, according to Christians, we're not finite beings, but because we when we die, we go either to hell or to heaven and stay there for infinity.
Yeah,
so we're not finite. And so when we were born, God already knew us long before we were born.
I didn't say they're logically all the same. They logically they all have the same ability to know everything. That doesn't mean they have the same identity, you dipshit. They just have the same.
You
They have
need
the same.
you need to stop reading the chat, Jay.
Knowledge
what
is
you
the
need to do.
knowledge is an ability, not an identity.
Jay,
Why are
need
you?
to stop reading
Oh, but it's
the chat?
it's fun. It's fun.
Well, let me tell you some other fun thing. I just said this whole thing aged me.
Oh,
Do you know
actually,
why?
why is that?
Do you know why?
I'm in here.
So, what is it? 4 hours ago, I joined this thing.
Yep, you're
Guess
4
what
hours
I
old.
was? Yeah.
Oh, did
no.
you just have your birthday?
4 hours ago, I was 62. Now
No,
I'm not anymore.
Did you? So, are you 62 in some more hours, or did you just turn 63?
I just turned 63 10 minutes ago.
Oh, well, happy birthday!
Yes. Thank you. It won't be until I don't know exactly when, Saturday or Sunday, I think it is, when it shall be celebrated. That's the problem if you still have two people in your household that are working insane, stupid hours. So,
Oh,
I mean, but that's the good thing, right? If you're healthy and you have women that have good jobs, then you're a happy man. You can quote me on that. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Earth, I think you need to. I think what you need to do is stop having conversations with me. I tell you what, do yourself a favor, invest the $20 a month, and start asking questions to ChatGPT.
Mm-hmm.
You might get a little bit further than having a conversation with me. There's nothing. I can ask you these same questions in ChatGPT, and it'll probably come back with the same answers that I'm giving you.
Or email me at info@gonnagoforit.com and we'll have a conversation in real time on video.
Oh no, John Fabiano, I will attack people.
Well, I mean, but the people you watch, they just beg to be attacked because it's not about their beliefs, but some of them are very shitty people. Jill. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Praise. Jill. Garth Dawkins.
Don't even get me started on those two morons.
I mean,
three.
Yeah. And that new one that still hasn't figured out that he's mocking Christianity. He calls himself the dude.
I like this comment. My girlfriend a guy with a Joker logo is definitely attacking people.
Yeah.
Shit. All right. Well, I've been on 4 hours. I'm gonna go ahead and hang this up. See you all later. It was nice having you here, Peter. I hope I did this justice. We spent enough time on it.
I mean, 4 hours. That's more than enough.
Yeah.
And we had some good people weigh in on it as well. I really liked that Nidhi jumped on and Mike jumped on, so that was good.
Do you think that is the precept is just an invention? As an invention is pretty clever? No. Like I told you, apparently you still did not listen to me from earlier. I said that even when I was a Christian and I first heard the presuppositional argument, I found it abhorrent. It's not clever, it's infantile.
Yeah, it is an invention, though.
It is. And as an invention, it's infantile.
And the fun part is, when I had the godfather of all of this, Mr. Saitem Brugenkate, on my channel, I played the video in which he explained that the only reason he became a presuppositionalist is because atheists kept handing him his ass in conversations and he couldn't win. And so he stopped talking to atheists and went on Google. So he didn't even have a revelation of God. He had a revelation of Google. When he typed in,
I think
is there a better way to be an apologist? And that's how he found. I forgot who it was. Someone who taught him about bonds and all those other stupid guys.
Oh yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I never saw that.
And I played that before I had the conversation with him, and he did not like that.
Oh, yeah.
Because he posted that on his website until people started pointing out, "Hey, this is not smart," because you Googled it.
It's not
and you said that you didn't have arguments to counter the atheists. So he deleted it from his website within 24 hours. Yeah, I had downloaded it by then.
The presuppositional apologetics is not an argument. It utilizes tag, the transcendental argument for God. That is not a powerful argument. It's begging the question from the jump.
It's a childish attempt to dodge a question.
And the presuppositional argument, the presuppositional apologetics doesn't require an argument because it's based on asserting that God is self-evident. There is no argument needed for something that you're declaring self-evident. Or for presuppositions. Presuppositions require grounding, they do not require beliefs, and they do not require demonstrations. That is why Van Til came up with it, was in order to basically blunt force trauma people with the existence of his God, and no one could get out of it. Because he just stands his ground and says, no, you know it, and I know it too, and I know you know it too. That's infantile.
I agree with John Fapiano. Darth Dawkins is the $5 Sergeant Bruggencate.
Can you know anything? I know English, and you're presupposing that I know English right now.
I can know that you just wrote in the chat whether or not Jay can know anything. Mm-hmm. I know that you wrote that in chat just now.
And I don't have, and no, it doesn't have to be absolutely certain. It just is. It just seems to be the case for right now. Yeah. And I can even take I can take a screenshot of it too, and I can share it with a bunch of people, and they can all go, "Yep, Earth actually wrote that. He actually asked somebody if he knows something, and you actually had to presuppose my knowledge of English in order to write that."
How do we know that you are writing things in chat? Because you've been responding to our comments, which are responses to the things that you write in chat. So you've been confirming that we have the knowledge that you are writing in chat.
Yeah, that's how that's how I know it. You've just demonstrated it. And you answered it. You answered me. So you know I read
Earth
it.
Because you're going to ruin Jay's day if you kick Earth.
Oh, I'm getting off of here. So we don't have to worry about kicking them. All right, see you guys.
Bye all.
Earth will just keep